The national anthem today.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse et porte le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and want to start by thanking my friend, the Member of Parliament for Medicine Hat, Karsten Warner, because it's rare that an SO31 so hits home that I decide I better put it on my social media page. The honourable member's SO31 dealt with one theme, and that was kindness. How can we be kinder to each other? I think in the last week we've seen some moments that we regret, some moments where things are said and postures are taken that suggest to Canadians that we're not people worth emulating, those they elect to represent them in this place. And I think sometimes which would affect us more, to think our mothers are watching or to know our children are watching. Words not said often enough in this place are, I was wrong, I'm sorry. My honourable friend, the Member of Parliament for Grande Prairie Mackenzie, brought me up short by telling me how some words I'd said in the media, carelessly. I completely agree with what the Member of Parliament for London Fanshawe said in her point of order, but I also told the same reporter I'd agreed with what the Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge had said. But it never gets reported exactly the way you say it, and I should know better. So I just wanted to share with all of you here, let's be kind, let's be loving, and let's enjoy a Christmas of peace.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this summer millions of Canadians cheered on Team Canada at the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Paralympic swimmer Sebastian Masabi smashed the world record and brought the gold home to Surrey. Canadian athletes give it their all to represent our country, so Budget 2024 boosts our support for them with more pay for our athletes as they train to represent Team Canada. But unfortunately for weeks, the Conservatives have blocked these funds and prevented these payments to our athletes. I ask the Conservative colleagues to be honest with Team Canada today. Will you support Canadian athletes by voting for our plan, or will you continue to oppose them? Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
This is my favorite time of year, for two reasons. First, the Christmas spirit can be seen everywhere you look. And second, Regina hosts my favorite event. Every year at the end of November, Regina becomes a destination for everything agriculture. The 53rd Canadian Western Agribition was once again a resounding success. Folks from around the globe gathered to Regina to take in the world-class livestock shows, the trade shows, and the rodeo. This year featured 130 major events, including 4 nights of rodeo, the Indigenous Agriculture Summit, the Canadian Animal Ag Tech Awards, and the 25th year of the RBC Beef Supreme Champion. Agribition holds a special place in my heart because our family showed hostings there for 25 straight years. It is our family's winter holiday. The barns are where I learned many life lessons, some the hard way, and made many lifelong friends. I want to congratulate CEO Sean Kindop and his whole team on once again hosting a world-class event and bringing agriculture to the world and displaying proudly what we do in the ag sector.
The honourable member for Bonavista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, there's a Grinch impersonation contest. Time, right now. Location, the Conservative benches, Mr. Speaker. Our government is giving a tax break to all Canadians by exempting essentials like groceries, restaurant meals, children's clothing, and gifts from the GST. This includes snacks, sandwiches, and other prepared foods, as well as beer and wine. The Conservatives pretend they want lower taxes, but when push comes to shove, they vote against tax exemptions for Canadians. They want family essentials such as car seats, diapers, and children's toys to be more expensive, Mr. Speaker. Talk about a heart is two sizes too small. We won't listen to these Grinches, Mr. Speaker. Starting December 14th, these items will be tax-free and Canadians will be able to keep more of their money in their pockets.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, retired officers Leanne Quinn and Hélène Solaire found unforgivable errors on two statues that honour Canadian soldiers who died in battle near the military base in Trenton. The bronze work entitled Presence in Absence is meant to honour 67 soldiers for their ultimate sacrifice. But, surprise, surprise, the two veterans found their names there. And these are not the only errors on this statue. Out of 67 soldiers who are identified, only 20 made the ultimate sacrifice. 12 are still alive, and 4 have never served in the military. But no one noticed this at the inauguration in 2022. In fact, neither the living dead in question nor their families were invited. What a lack of respect to everyone who has lost their lives serving Canada. The Minister owes the veterans explanations and especially apologies. Visibly, after this fiasco and that of the Afghanistan commemorative statue, it is clear that Ottawa is monumentally incompetent.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, December 3rd, was the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. People with disabilities are the largest minority group within Canada and worldwide, and the only minority group that anyone can become a member of at any time. This group faces stigma, discrimination, and barriers to basic rights and services. They are more likely to experience poverty and are disproportionately impacted by climate, disasters, conflict, and an increasing cost of living. It's important their voices are included in all conversations. More than 1 in 4 Canadians have one or more disabilities, Mr. Speaker, with mental health-related disabilities the most prominent among youth. Our government has been working to support Canadians with disabilities through the development of a Canada Disability Benefit, the Autism National Framework, and funding for mental health service delivery. I am grateful to community groups in my riding, such as CMHA York Service, York Simcoe, Community Living Central York, Lighthouse Learning Centre in Carey's Place, and the Child Disability Network of Canada, who advocate and work to support people living with disabilities. I'd also like to mention Voices of Joy, a choir for people of all abilities who gave a wonderful holiday concert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Grief, an emotion I never truly understood until this year. Grief does not change you, it reveals you. You will become someone it would have been impossible for you to be, and in this way, your loved one lives on in you. Everyone loves, and everyone has loss. Grief is universal, a sacred process, yet it is so unique. We all cope differently. You will not get over the loss of a loved one. You will learn to courageously adapt. This is my first Christmas without my dad. I know he would want us to make the turtles, sing Silent Night, put the lights up outside and decorate the tree with ornaments that represent our collective memories, losses, prayers, hopes, and holiday wishes. This Christmas season, reach out to those who need a hug. Let them know you care. Speak the names of those you have lost and know that their memories will never fade away as long as we refuse to let them. Grief is not a sign of weakness, nor a lack of faith. It's the price of love.
Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to honor 3 extraordinary Paralympians from my riding of Vancouver-Granville: Nathan Clement, Peter Isherwood, and Julia Haynes. In particular, I'd like to highlight Nathan Clement, because this summer Nathan took home the silver medal from the Paris Paralympic Games, the men's T1 individual road time trial. He was also a swimmer at the Rio Paralympics and holds the Canadian record in the 50-meter butterfly. Meeting Nathan was an incredible reminder of his dedication and commitment to competition and community, which has inspired so many of us. Through my own work, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the privilege of experiencing firsthand the power of sports and bringing us together, but these Paralympians are absolutely something else, and it is such a privilege to be able to rise in this House and on behalf of all of us, congratulate not just Nathan, Julia, and Peter, but every single Paralympian who has made us so very proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Team Canada is in the House of Commons today. Our best athletes, Olympians and Paralympians from across the country, are here so that we can all congratulate them on their success and thank them for representing Canada so well. From Milton, we've got Michael Foley, who's a track cyclist, and Kayla Alexander, who's an amazing basketball player. But, Mr. Speaker, I was one of these athletes 8 years ago. I walked out onto this carpet and imagined what my next steps would be, and here I am. I'm really proud to be part of a government that supports our athletes. We've invested an incremental $80 million into the Community Sport for All program, and we're the first and only government to increase the Athlete Assistance Program 2 times. So all of these athletes here will be celebrating better affordability when it comes to their day-to-day. Mr. Speaker, the Olympians and Paralympians from Canada are the best of us. They are our best ambassadors, they're our greatest role models, and I'm proud to be part of a government that supports each and every one of them from the playground all the way to the podium. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is draining the pockets of Canadians and has failed to meet a single emissions target. Anyone can see that this is a failed policy. Even Ontario Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie. She said in a speech last night, and I quote, "I'm not here to tell the Prime Minister how to do his job, but I promise you, I will tell him when he is wrong, like on the carbon tax," end quote. And Mr. Speaker, I completely agree. It's wrong for the Prime Minister to punish Canadians with his heartless carbon tax that devalues workers' paychecks. It's wrong to drive up the cost of living. It's wrong to vandalize our economy. Crombie's statement is not only a political critique, it's a recognition that everyday Canadians struggle in so many ways. People shouldn't have to choose between feeding their families and heating their homes this winter. Yet, in the new year, the NDP Liberal government will hike the carbon tax yet again. When will this Prime Minister give Canadians real and lasting relief and realize that the carbon tax is flat out wrong?
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for St. Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this past summer, millions of Canadians cheered on Team Canada at the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. And I'd like to commend all of them, including Sophia Ferry, a Paralympic basketball player, who has showed the perseverance and devotion necessary to succeed. The path from playground to podium is long and arduous, and our athletes have to train for years. The Liberal government is proud to support over 1,900 athletes as part of the Athlete Assistance Program, and it is also proud to enhance this program in order to provide more funding to more athletes. The additional $7 million per year will increase the living allowance by 23% and the Paralympic athlete allowance by 30%. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are blocking these funds and preventing these payments to athletes. They should allow Parliament to get back to work so we can invest in our athletes. Thank you.
If I could ask honourable members to please keep their voices down. Je vais demander aux députés, s'il vous plaît, d'être tranquilles pour écouter ces déclarations des députés. The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, an Oakville man with a lengthy criminal record was arrested and charged with a violent home invasion, prompting the Halton police chief to tweet, and I quote, "Yet another violent offender already out on similar and violent charges with court conditions. Is anyone surprised that some of these violent offenders reoffend? Over and over and over again, Our citizens deserve better. This offender needs to remain in custody to keep others safe. End of quote. Again and again and again, Mr. Speaker, law enforcement across this nation are expressing the dire need to fix Canada's broken bail system. However, the Liberals are ignoring their concerns and are completely out of touch when it comes to community safety. The Liberals' soft on crime policies, like their catch and release bail failures, have led to a 50% increase in violent crime across Canada. Canadians deserve to be safe in their communities, and police deserve to be heard. Enough is enough. It's time for the NDP Liberals to get out of the way so Conservatives can stop the crime and prioritize public safety.
There you go. Excellent.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one person keeping this Liberal government in power, and that's the NDP leader. He has repeatedly chosen to prop up the Liberals, aid their corruption, and facilitate the economic misery of Canadians caused by 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister. The NDP leader broke his promise to vote non-confidence in the Liberal government. In his own words, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for the people, end quote. The NDP leader continues to support the Liberals even though they have doubled housing costs, tripled the carbon tax, and sent millions of Canadians to the food bank. Why won't the NDP leader stand by his words, vote no confidence in this government, so that we can have a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a very special paradox of Canadian politics. For years, the Conservative leader and his party have lectured Canadians on the virtues of reducing taxes. And yet, when this government slashes the GST in order to put more money in the pockets of Canadians, what do? They vote against it. It's as if a chef refused to eat his own cooking. The leader of the opposition claims to be the champion of affordability, but when he has the opportunity to support real, concrete assistance for Canadians, he refuses to do so. Mr. Speaker, this is not about politics, it's about priorities, and it is clear that the Conservatives' priorities are just as lost as their sense of irony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Algoma.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, Juanita Bigwans, also known as Winnie, a 30-year-old First Nation woman from Chaging First Nation, has been missing since October 2nd. Her family, friends, and the police fear she may have been taken by drug or human traffickers or worse. Last year, I stood in this House to decry the lack of resources provided to Indigenous policing. UCCM Anishinaabe Police are doing all they can, but they need dedicated crime units to deal with increased human and drug trafficking. Juanita's case is a tragic reminder of the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We must immediately recognize First Nations police as essential services and fund them at a level that is equitable with all other non-Indigenous police services. We must provide Indigenous people with the resources and the development of a national missing Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people database that can be shared throughout Canada via a downloadable app. And we must ensure that the Red Dress Alert is launched nationally. No more missing sisters, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Today I would like to pay tribute to Ms. Lucille Riendeau-Houle, who is a writer and genealogist from my community. She raised her children, and then Ms. Riendeau-Houle decided to write her story, not through her own past, but through those of her ancestors. With great talent, she published 7 books presenting the Riendeau-Riendeau-Hubert-Lesage families. This look into our past allows us to discover how our original ancestors lived. Her books are sold in the United States and in Europe, and they brought her the Medal of the Quebec Lieutenant Governor in 2022 for her contribution to our genealogy and her community involvement with I Write My Life and the Anna Laberge Foundation. Ms. Riandeau Houle is 82 and fighting cancer, but she still writes every single day to celebrate the memory of those who went before us. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to pay tribute to her contribution to transmitting the history of Quebec. Thank you, Ms. Riandeau Houle.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the sellout NDP leader has once again betrayed Canadians by siding with the Liberals to prop up this failing government, all to secure his $2.2 million pension. He's going to reject a motion of non-confidence in this government based entirely on his own words, and I quote, "The Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people," end of quote. Yet it's his party who keeps the Prime Minister in power through their carbon tax coalition. Under this deal, housing costs have skyrocketed, rent, mortgage payments, and down payments have doubled. The sellout leader has voted in favor of the carbon tax over 24 times and plans to quadruple it, driving up costs for gas, groceries, and heating. Food bank use at an all-time high, with 1 million Ontarians relying on food banks. Canadians deserve leaders who will fight for them, not a coalition of self-interest and betrayal. It's time to end the deal of failure, put Canadians first. It's time for a carbon tax coalition.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's security is everyone's concern. This week, there have been more alarming reports of foreign interference in the Conservative leadership race. Yet the leader of the Conservative Party is the only party leader who still refuses to obtain the necessary security clearance to access classified documents on foreign governments' political interference activities in Canada. And Canadians are asking why. What does the leader of the Conservative Party have to hide? And if the leader feels he has nothing to hide, why doesn't he get the clearance, take the briefing, and protect our country?
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
This Prime Minister is weak, and he has lost control. He has lost control of the border, of immigration, and of spending. And now he has lost control of his own party. The Ontario Premier is against these tax hikes. The leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, so is the Liberal Premier of Nova Scotia against these attacks on natural resources. And dozens of Liberal MPs want to fire this Prime Minister. How can he still be hanging on to power? He's lost control. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our caucus is unified when it comes to delivering for Canadians with a tax holiday for all Canadians over the coming months. Although several Conservatives wanted to vote for that tax holiday, but it was blocked by their leader. He's gagging the members of his own caucus and preventing them from representing their constituents here in Ottawa. And instead, he's asking them to represent him in their ridings. That's not how it works, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, we will always stand up for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister cannot stand up because he's lost control. I already said that he's lost control of our borders, of immigration. He's lost control of these inflationary deficits that have doubled the national debt, the cost of housing, and the number of people who need to go to food banks. But he promised that he would cap the deficit at $40 billion. Next week, in the economic statement, will the Prime Minister respect that promise? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in due course, we will present the economic statement, and the Conservative Party will likely vote against it, because in it there will be initiatives to help Canadians during these difficult during this difficult time. There will be investment in economic growth, throughout the country, and yet the Conservative leader doesn't want to do anything that might help Canadians. He prefers to spend all his energy on jostling for his own political interests, which means he's not helping Canadians when they need help. That's why he voted against the tax break and against dental care and against Canadians.
This week, Prime Minister has lost control of everything. He's lost control of the borders, lost control of immigration, lost control of spending, and now has lost control of his cabinet and party. In fact, his foreign minister is now announcing her leadership campaign in the New York Times. The Liberal leader of the province of Ontario has announced she's against his quadrupling carbon tax. The Liberal Premier of Newfoundland is against his job-killing energy cap, and 20 of his MPs want to fire him. How is it that he clings to power when he's lost control?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We can all see that the leader of the opposition has trouble with the ideas that individuals might have different perspectives, and that might be a good thing for a robust political party like the Liberal Party of Canada and all its partners across the country. The leader of the opposition refuses to let his backbenchers or any of his team members have any opinions at all. Indeed, he sanctioned them and wrote a letter in their name decrying their advocacy for their own citizens in their communities when it came to delivering money for mayors for housing from coast to coast to coast. He stands for muzzling his MPs. We stand for diversity.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Diversity of opinions, I guess that means the opinion that he should not be Prime Minister. That's the predominant opinion among Liberals across the country. On the front page of the New York Times, you'd think the Foreign Minister would be fighting Trump's tariffs. Instead, she's fighting for her boss's job, where she's described in the headline as a possible successor after she sat down for a photo shoot and made the case. This on top of a Liberal leader in Ontario who's against his quadrupling carbon tax, a Liberal Premier in Newfoundland who opposes his job-killing energy cap. Why won't the Prime Minister get the point? His party doesn't want him anymore.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Let's talk, Mr. Speaker, about standing up for Canada. One of the things we've seen throughout our history, when Canada is threatened, when it's challenged with a crisis, when people want ill of Canadians, Canadians pull together across partisan stripes, across backgrounds, across the country to stand up for our neighbors, to stand up for Canadians. That's certainly what we were able to do as a country 8 years ago. Unfortunately, this basic Canadian attribute seems unavailable to that leader of the opposition who can't help himself on playing politics with Canadians' well-being.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this from a Prime Minister who is helping Donald Trump take away our jobs. You can just imagine the President in the Oval Office calling our businesses to say, hey, I saw that you have a quadrupling carbon tax north of the border. Why not come south of the border where there's no carbon tax and other taxes are falling? How about the latest electricity tax the Prime Minister is bringing in that will drive factories south of the border, or his energy cap that will drive away our resource companies? I understand why President Trump wants to take Canadian jobs, but why is this Prime Minister trying to help him do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The problem for the Leader of the Opposition is Canadians increasingly see through his shallow partisan games. If he actually cared about helping Canadians and cutting taxes, he wouldn't have voted against taking off the sales tax for Canadians for the next few months. Right. But he wants Canadians to continue to struggle because it benefits him politically, perhaps, instead of actually being there to solve the challenges Canadians are facing. That's why he voted against dental care for seniors. That's why he voted against a school food program. That's why he's voting against a sales tax break for Canadians for the next few months. That's not on, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec National Assembly unanimously adopted a motion to ask the federal government to put an end to the religious exception for hate speech. Now, everyone here has also, at one time or another, voted for the end of this religious exception. And that makes sense because it is just and necessary to get rid of that exception. Will the Prime Minister move forward now and get rid of this religious exception to incitation to hate and violence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Bloc Québécois really wanted to do something about incitement to hate crimes, he would be doing something about this conservative filibuster in this House so that we can finally debate the Bloc Québécois bill that he's talking about, so that we can debate our bill for protecting children online. There are a number of measures that we would be happy to debate so that we can help Canadians, so that we can reduce hate speech. But unfortunately, the Bloc Québécois is not putting an end to this conservative filibuster.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Mais c'était limpide.
The honourable member. Well, that was very clear, Mr. Speaker. But we know that we know that 66% of Canadians and 75% of Quebecers want to put an end to this religious exception. Will the government remove 2 sections of the Criminal Code? Will the Prime Minister put his money where his mouth is? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would be so happy if we were here in this House discussing these important issues. Too many Canadians are facing hate and discrimination these days. And we want this Parliament to be able to debate the problem and bring forward legislation to fix the problem. But unfortunately, the Conservatives are continuing to block the work of this House, and the Bloc Québécois is not doing anything about it.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The Conservatives showed us who they really are. They voted against tax relief for the working class. And the Liberals want to jack up taxes on the 15th. New Democrats believe the working class needs permanent relief. So will the Prime Minister permanently exempt the GST off of daily essentials like a kid's winter jacket?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're actually moving forward to suspend the sales tax for Canadians so that they can afford the basic necessities that they will need, whether it's fresh-made produce whether it's fresh-made products at the groceries, whether it's dinner at a restaurant or even a fast food place for the family. These are things that Canadians will find less expensive over the coming months. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to vote against measures that will help Canadians. They stand against this tax break for all Canadians, like they stand against dental care, school food programs, and many other things to help Canadians.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
Why were the Conservatives chirping? They proved that bootlickers for billionaires.
Families will still need to eat after February 15th. But the GST will be going back up on February 15th.
Order! I'm having great difficulty hearing the honourable member from Burnaby South. The honourable member from Burnaby South.
Why are these Conservatives chirping so much? They've proven that they are bootlickers for billionaires.
Families will still need to eat after February 15th, but that day, the Prime Minister will once again increase the GST. Just another Liberal letdown. Why does the Prime Minister think that people should have to keep paying GST on children's clothes and diapers? Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our tax break over the next few months will help families throughout the country. It will help them with what they need to buy at the grocery store because groceries, restaurant visits, wine and beer, all sorts of things that we'll be spending on over the next few months, all of these things will be cheaper, tax-free. That's our way of telling Canadians that we see that they're struggling, but we are here to invest and help them. Unlike the Conservatives, who have voted against assistance to Canadians, against the tax break, and against dental care.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims he's taking taxes off of fresh-made produce. He really does think that food comes from the grocery store, not from the farmers who actually grow the produce. That's why he, I guess, thinks he can carbon tax those farmers without taxing the food. And then you have his friend, the Maserati Marxist over there in the Canadians are out of money. How about a carbon tax election?
Colleagues, order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition had the opportunity to axe the sales tax for Canadians, and he voted against it and forced his MPs to do exactly the same. He is only interested in his own political self-interest, not interested in helping Canadians, either with a tax break for the next few months, or with dental care for vulnerable seniors across the country, or with more school food programs that'll help kids and parents afford their groceries. These are the kinds of things we're doing. These are exactly the things that he is blocking.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he's going to leave the economy to bankers. He says he doesn't think much about monetary policy, the budgets balance themselves, and that he's not very good with numbers, but he did get one thing right. He said that deficits cause inflation. So did his finance minister right before she introduced his budget, saying no deficit above $40 billion. So, straight up question, will the Prime Minister keep his word and cap the inflationary deficit below $40 billion?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I know the Leader of the Opposition is eager for our fall economic statement. If he really wants to see it, he could perhaps stop the obstruction of Parliament to allow us to move forward on dealing with Canadians and challenges that they are facing. But it's interesting that he brought up inflation once again. He stopped talking about inflation after years of railing about it because we did the work to actually bring it down, Mr. Speaker. We invested in programs that were there to support Canadians, but that didn't contribute to inflation. Inflation is now back down in the target range. Interest rates are coming down. That's why we can give a tax break to Canadians. That's why we're there.
I'm going to ask colleagues to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker so that we can both hear and that people who do use translation can hear the answers to the questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, inflation is rising. After the inflationary spending of this Prime Minister, in fact, all four measures of inflation are higher than the Bank of Canada's target rate. And this Prime Minister's electioneering and inflationary spending will make it harder for the Bank of Canada to reduce interest rates. Interest rates on Canadians who are already struggling to pay for food and housing. Once again, this Prime Minister said he would cap his inflationary deficits at $40 billion. Will he do that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Over the last few years, we have invested in measures to help Canadians who are struggling, whether it be dental care, whether it be more child care spaces, whether it be school food programs. These investments were all made to help Canadians. But despite these programs, inflation is nonetheless back within the Bank of Canada's target range. Now, we are bringing forward a tax break for all Canadians. But the Conservative Party is voting against that because they only care about partisanship.
The results are in on the Prime Minister's radical liberalization of hard drugs. He teamed up with the BC NDP to decriminalize fentanyl, crack, and heroin. He lowered jail sentences for mass producers of deadly fentanyl. And 80% of the fentanyl made in Canada is done so using ingredients that are not even regulated, but come right into our country where they're cooked into that poison, now threatening our trade relationship with the U.S. Will he reverse his radical liberal drug agenda to save lives and jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we've seen that the Conservative leader's answer to this terrible tragedy hitting so many Canadians with the toxic drug epidemic is to stand for photo ops in front of encampments and try to use them for cheap votes. Exploiting Canadians is not the way to move forward. We've anchored ourselves in science, in working in partnership with municipalities, with frontline workers, with provinces, working with the United States on precursor chemicals, working to invest in supports, wraparound supports, including housing for people suffering from homelessness and the drug crisis. We will continue to be there for people.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The results are in. His radical liberalization of hard drugs has led to a 200% increase in overdose deaths. 47,000 people have died. The worst deaths have been in NDP-controlled BC, where the liberalization has been the most extreme. Worse, he's allowing 80% of the precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl come in unregulated and legally over our border to be used by criminals who get out because he softened the sentences. Now our trade relationship is threatened over it. Will he reverse this disastrous experiment to save the jobs and the lives of Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what has become increasingly clear through the Leader of the Opposition's little performances is he doesn't actually care about Canadians and about people suffering. He is there for a clip, he's there for a photo op, but he's not there to do the work of delivering based on science, based on compassion, based on a public health approach on dealing with the toxic drug epidemic. He is instead continuing to try to score cheap political points on the backs of the most vulnerable. That's not serious. That's not responsible, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what is not responsible is allowing 80% of the chemicals used in fentanyl manufacturing to come in unregulated and legally. What is not responsible is decriminalizing crack, heroin, and fentanyl, and then after you see that it leads to a massive increase in deaths, then 2 weeks ago, he, the Bloc, and the NDP all voted in favor of a committee report to decriminalize fentanyl right across the country at a time when Canadians are dying and our border could be closed. Will the Prime Minister confirm that he has reversed himself and now opposes decriminalization of fentanyl?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the priority of the Leader of the Opposition is to exploit and use Canadians who are suffering to score cheap political points. Meanwhile, we do the serious work amongst parliamentarians across different orders of government with partners around the world to address this in a way that is grounded in science, not ideology, that works with frontline workers, makes investments in wraparound services, and puts everything forward to try and save lives as best we possibly can. That's what Canadians deserve, not the kind of cheap partisanship that this Leader of the Opposition continues to demonstrate every time he stands up in this House. It is absolutely irresponsible.
Then I have
the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I feel the Prime Minister doesn't understand how serious this situation is. The National Assembly of Quebec voted unanimously for an end to the religious exception, and the Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is afraid. Due to the federal government's lack of action, people can openly incite to violence against the Jewish community. So if the Prime Minister shows that he's serious, we will also be serious. If he says that he's willing to do something about this, we will unblock Parliament for 24 hours. Order, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we see that the Bloc Québécois is open to doing something here, but we would like to see that kind of readiness when it comes to other initiatives. For example, improving the healthcare system for the most vulnerable, which is blocked due to conservative filibustering. Same thing for dental care, also blocked by the Conservatives. Or we would like them to help us be able to work on our online harms bill, C-63, which would protect people throughout the country, especially children. We would like to be able to debate all these things in Parliament, but unfortunately, the Bloc Québécois is continuing to let the Conservatives to make it all grind to a halt. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I don't think the Prime Minister liked my idea. It's a matter of leadership. It's a matter of courage. It's a matter of consistency. We have courage. I'm simply proposing the same thing as the Prime Minister already did for the GST break. We're proposing the same thing to protect the Jewish community. We will unblock Parliament. We will pass this. We will feel good about what we've accomplished. And then who knows? If the government has other good ideas that don't interfere with Quebec, who knows? Order, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we always come back to this matter of so-called interference with Quebec. The Bloc Québécois thinks that an initiative that would help seniors go to the dentist involves trampling on Quebec's jurisdiction. We are here to help seniors throughout the country, including in Quebec. We are here to improve old age security for seniors over 75. We are here to invest for those who need it most. And unfortunately, even when we created childcare spots throughout the country, the Bloc Québécois only wanted to talk about interfering with Quebec. We're here for all Canadians, including Quebecers.
This week, Prime Minister has lost the control of the cost of housing, which has doubled since he became Prime Minister. And just this week, the OECD published a report showing that Toronto and Vancouver are now the two most expensive housing markets in all of North America. Vancouver's housing is significantly more expensive than Seattle, even though Vancouverites make half as much money. Toronto's housing is more expensive than New York, even though New Yorkers make 50% more. Will the Prime Minister call a housing tax election so that we can bring it home?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader has been having a rough few weeks since he promised he would be shutting down housing projects across the country. Even his Conservative MPs have been going around behind his back complaining to the CBC that they can no longer advocate for their communities, complain that they're no longer allowed to stand up for their mayors who need investments in housing in their communities. He prefers to muzzle his MPs than allow them to be their voice in their communities. His commitment to cut billions of dollars of investments from housing will not help anyone, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're delivering for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, we don't complain to the CBC, we complain about the CBC. But I digress. The Prime Minister says that if he gives more money to local bureaucracies, they'll speed up home building. So he gave $500 million to Toronto City Hall. What happened? Home building slowed down by 40%. He gave Vancouver City Hall $115 million, and housing construction slowed down 15%. Gave $176 million to Ottawa City Hall, construction down 22%. When will he learn that what we need in this country is to build homes, not bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, mayors across the country, including in Conservative-held ridings, are speaking out about the reckless cuts the Conservative leader is proposing to money that municipalities need to increase densification, to accelerate permitting, to move forward on home building faster and faster across this country. The Conservative leader is standing against what his own MPs are asking for when he's telling mayors across the country he's going to pull billions of dollars away of investments in housing that will respond to Canadians' needs to be able to grow the economy and live securely for the future.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
So he gives tax dollars to big city politicians, and then he gives tax dollars to CBC to interview those big city politicians to say that they like getting the money. Well, Mr. Speaker, if giving more money to big city politicians were going to solve the problem, we'd have the most affordable housing in the world after revenues for cities has grown twice as fast as inflation and population combined for 2 decades in a row. We don't need more money for bureaucracy and politicians. We need money in the pockets of home buyers and home builders. So why not my common sense plan to axe the sales tax, GST, and bring down housing costs by 50 grand?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the clear pattern of the Conservative leader. He picks fights with journalists, he picks fights with mayors and city councils, he even picks fights with the Team Canada approach that is standing up for Canada's interests, faced with real challenges from the incoming administration to our south. He is choosing to pick fights and divide Canadians at a time when we should be pulling together to solve the challenges of housing, solve the challenges brought in by the new American administration. These are moments for us to pull together. Unfortunately, that's something of which this Conservative leader seems incapable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Hiking taxes, debt, and inflation to pay off politicians in exchange for press releases and photo ops will not solve the problem. What it has done is doubled housing costs and made Toronto and Vancouver the most expensive housing markets in North America, worse than New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and many other places with more people and money and much less land. So here's a choice. He's afraid of a carbon tax election. Why don't we have a different kind? Why don't we have a housing tax election where he proposes to give money to politicians? I propose to put it in the pockets of home buyers.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if he really wanted to put money in the pockets of Canadians, he wouldn't have voted against the Canada Child Benefit. He wouldn't have voted against our initiatives to cut taxes for Canadians over the next 2 months. He wouldn't have voted against initiatives like the Canada Carbon Rebate that puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families across the country as we fight climate change and reduce emissions. He continues to seek to divide and pick fights amongst Canadians, while we are offering solutions that both support Canadians now and build a stronger and more prosperous economy into the future. That's what we're going to keep doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Left Fanshawe.
The holidays fast approaching, people in Ontario are scrambling. This Liberal government has let grocery prices soar to pad the pockets of CEOs. Canadians are paying far more for far less. Ontario food banks are cutting back. The surge in demand has surpassed the capacity and resources. Liberals have let people down. Worse, Conservatives won't fix it. They will cut and make life harder for the working class. Why are the Liberals leaning on food banks to fix the affordability crisis they created?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I remember a time when the NDP stood up for workers across this country. But when we put forward a proposal to send a $250 check to working Canadians right across the country, to anyone who worked last year and made less than $150,000, they stood against it. They said no, they won't support being there for working Canadians. Of course, we will continue to look at doing more for seniors and more for young people, but recognizing hardworking Canadians who stepped up and got us through the pandemic, got us through this inflation crisis, turning their backs on workers like the Conservatives are, is really a shame to see from the NDP.
Order, please. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Hamilton Centre, please, to not take the floor when not recognized by the House. The honourable member for Nunavut.
The Chiefs of Ontario are calling for improved accountability of the non-insured health benefits program and access to mental health services. First Nations and Inuit are not consulted or invited to participate when selecting cultural support providers for their communities. As a result, unqualified people with criminal records are enrolled as service providers. When will the Liberals meaningfully work with First Nations and Inuit to improve accountability and access to appropriate mental health services?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For your question, her question, Mr. Speaker. The reality is the AFN chiefs are right now engaged in a review of the entire program. We will continue to work with Indigenous leadership across this country to make sure we are fulfilling our responsibilities, to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be healthy, everyone gets the services and supports that they need. We know this is part of the long journey of reconciliation that we have embarked upon as a country. We will continue to be there as a full partner in this and all other difficult discussions.
There we go.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, recent reporting about India's alleged interference in the Conservative Party leadership race is concerning Canadians across the country, including my constituents in Davenport. All members of this House have a responsibility to take national security seriously. That is especially true of our party leaders, including the leader of the opposition who refuses to get a security clearance. Can the Prime Minister explain the efforts to protect our national security against foreign interference?
Bravo. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Davenport for her question. Allegations of Indian foreign interference in Conservative leadership races are alarming, but they're not new. They were highlighted in the NSICOP report. They were highlighted by the public inquiry into foreign interference. Yet, the Conservative leader refuses to get the top-secret clearance necessary so he can be fully briefed up on threats to his party, to his colleagues, and to our democracy. It is inexplicable to the vast number of Canadians why he refuses to take the top-secret briefings that would keep Canada.
It's not the first time, and members know that I've asked this question of various members in the House. I'll ask the honourable member from Edmonton West, as well as the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please not take the floor unless requested by the chair. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has lost control, but he's clinging to power with the help of his NDP Liberal leader coalition partner, who said, I'm going to quote the NDP leader here, he said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. He bemoaned the fact that the Teamsters and the ILWU were forced back to work, violating their right to strike. How can this Prime Minister cling to power with the help of someone who says he's too weak and too greedy to govern?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader has spent the last few months in this House trying to demonstrate that Parliament can't work for Canadians. He's been obstructing debate. He's been obstructing our ability to move forward on delivering for Canadians. And indeed, every chance he gets, he votes against measures that would support Canadians, whether it's the tax break that we're giving over the next few months, whether it's moving forward on dental, on a school food program, on more spots in lower price childcare. These are things he's voting against because he just wants Canadians to believe that everything is broken. Well, it's not, Mr. Speaker. We're continuing to believe in Canadians and build a stronger future together.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Speaker, Canadians want to fire that costly Prime Minister. His MPs want to fire that costly Prime Minister. The only one keeping him in power is the NDP leader, who again says the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. Oh, and now they're complaining that Canadians might choose me if there were an election. That's not their choice. It's not my choice. It's not any of their choices. That's the decision of the Canadian people. So why doesn't he turn the decision over to the people who run this country, Canadians, in a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, the Conservative...
Again, ask honourable members not to take the floor. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservative leader demonstrates that he's trying very, very hard to prevent anything from being delivered for Canadians, whether it was dental care, whether it's the tax break that Canadians are getting off the sales tax for the next few months, whether it's initiatives around childcare or a school food program. He has stood up time and time in this House again and again to vote against measures that directly support Canadians, that grow the economy, that help people out, because his political argument relies on people being broken, Canadians being divided, people being angry. That's not the way we're going to...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We'll fix everything he broke, Mr. Speaker, as my great finance critic said. And, you know, let's start with the carbon tax. The Indian Resource Council announced today they will be presenting a resolution at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly to take the Liberal NDP Prime Minister's carbon tax to court. They say, we will not stand by where our communities are pushed further into poverty by the tax we never agreed to. And they want to dispel any notion that lower-income First Nations are better off with the carbon tax rebate. Mr. Speaker, why won't he listen to courageous First Nations people and have a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people have been the first and have for the longest stood up to highlight the dangers of climate change, the impact of neglecting our environment, of not protecting our lands and our oceans, particularly against the previous Conservative government of which that member was a part. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the Canada carbon rebate puts more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians right across the country. We will continue to fight climate change by putting more money in their pockets, despite the attempts of the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's talking down to First Nations people again. They said that they've done the research, and I quote, they want to dispel any notion that lower-income First Nations are better off with the carbon tax rebate. In rural and remote communities where First Nations live, the tax drives up their food, their heat, and their transportation bill so much that the Ontario Liberal leader, Bonnie Crombie, has said, I promise you, I will tell the Prime Minister he is wrong on issues like the carbon tax. Why won't he listen to Bonnie Crombie and other Liberals and call a carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Indigenous peoples across this country know better than most the costs of inaction on climate change, the impacts of extreme weather events, the impacts, quite frankly, of Conservative underinvestment for years in the kind of infrastructure and supports they needed. We turned that around, Mr. Speaker. We started treating Indigenous peoples and communities as partners. We invested in fighting climate change. We're putting more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians with the Canada carbon rebate. We are continuing to make sure that protecting the environment and growing the economy for everyone goes hand in hand. That's the path forward.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talked about seniors. Well, let's talk about them. The Prime Minister admitted that there was discrimination in increasing old age security for those 75 and over. His party says he supports our bill to end discrimination in general. He says he supports supply management, but he is not doing anything to support the swift passage of our supply management legislation. He should unblock things here in the House so that we can pass our anti-hate speech bill. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yet another example, Mr. Speaker, of the Bloc Québécois looking to pick a fight. Meanwhile, we are delivering for Quebecers and Canadians. We are investing through dental care. We are helping seniors who have often a lot more expenses or maybe less savings. We are doing good things for all Quebecers and all Canadians. We will continue to be a partner to all. Meanwhile, the Bloc Québécois and the Conservative Party are trying to block this parliament, and they're trying to block help and support to Canadians, to Quebecers, to seniors. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We don't want any squabbles. We do want so-called common sense. We could unblock the parliament unanimously. Here's what I want to see. I want to see each member in this place who won't rise to support a vote to put an end to hate propaganda and hate religion-based hatred. So who will vote for that bill? Will the government support it? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we've said, we're very open to discussing and debating that matter. That said, we acknowledge that there can be more than one solution. There's no easy, quick fix solution. There might be many solutions. We need to keep working together. That's why we made Bill C-63 to tackle online hate. It will protect children. There will be solutions through C-63 to fight hate speech and discrimination, especially online. We do have work to do here in this House. So why doesn't the Bloc Québécois block Conservatives from continuing their filibustering? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Halifax longshoremen, unionized workers, have just put out a statement. On Monday, the NDP has the opportunity to reinforce that they will not bring in back-to-work legislation by supporting their own leaders' words. And below are those words in a copy of the common sense Conservative motion calling the Liberals, quoting the NDP Liberal leader as saying, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. Will the NDP Liberals stand with unions and vote non-confidence in this costly government?
Hey, bravo! The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We can tell, Mr. Speaker, why the Conservative leader is so desperate to bring Parliament to a halt, to prevent debate on matters that are actually going to deliver for Canadians. As we support Canadians, as we make investments that are growing the economy and showing up for Canadians, like the tax break over the next few months, the Conservative leader sees that we're actually solving some of the challenges that the global economy has tossed our way. These are things that we are focused on while he's focused on his own political partisan advantage and personal attacks. We're going to stay focused on Canadians, on delivering for them tangibly and concretely.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His own party doesn't agree with him. He's so weak that the NDP keeps him in power while the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador is attacking his energy cap. The Liberal Premier says that this reduction of 35% in Newfoundland's energy production is already sending investment away. We understand that President Trump wants to take our money in jobs. But why is the Prime Minister standing against his own Liberal Premier in Newfoundland and Labrador to help Trump do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, across the country, except on the Conservative benches, Canadians know climate change is real. Canadians are also stepping up in lots of different ways to help reduce their emissions, to grow the economy, to create a better future for their kids and grandkids. The multi-billion-dollar profitable industry that is the oil and gas industry right now has an unlimited ability to emit emissions into the atmosphere. We don't think any industry, particularly not one as wildly profitable as the oil and gas industry, should be able to have unlimited pollution. That's why we're putting a cap on emissions, not on production, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's factually false. The industry's emissions have been regulated for decades, Mr. Speaker, and he just wants to shut down their production and give more of the money and jobs to Donald Trump and the United States of America. And then there's the electricity tax. He calls it a regulation, but now we know that it's a tax because the independent Ontario energy operator says that this new regulation tax will drive up costs for families by $175 a year and will drive factories, mines, and mills south of the border. Why is it killing jobs with high electricity prices?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our oil and gas emissions cap is a cap on emissions, not on production, Mr. Speaker. No sector should be allowed unlimited pollution, and it's unfortunate the Conservatives continue to defend that incredibly profitable sector that is costing Canadians so much. The reality is we will continue to work with the industry that is working on reducing its emissions because we know that's how we protect oil and gas sector jobs into the future, by innovating, by bringing on better technologies, and by recognizing that no sector should have a right to pollute unlimitedly.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, like everywhere in Canada, in my constituency, affordability is a major issue. My constituents in Alfred Pellan were pleased to hear that for the next few months they will have some relief thanks to the GST holiday. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians how this GST holiday will help them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for Alfred Pellan for his question. We know that the past few years have been difficult for Canadians. This is why we are offering a tax break to all Canadians. This means that Canadians won't have to pay any taxes on groceries and other essential everyday products for 2 months. It makes no sense that the Conservative leader and his caucus voted against giving Canadians a GST holiday. We want Canadians to have more money in their pockets, but the Conservatives are opposed to cutting taxes. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of our borders and of immigration. He has, in fact, admitted so and has done a total 180 on immigration. Here's what we want to know. Will he take back control? Can he answer a very simple question? How many people stay here in Canada illegally? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, after the pandemic, we helped provinces, businesses, small businesses throughout the country. They had labour shortage issues. That's why we allowed more people from abroad to come and work in Canada. Now the situation has changed. Thankfully, our immigration system is flexible. We brought down our immigration levels to guarantee that our economy can catch up with our growth. That's totally normal, Mr. Speaker, to adjust immigration levels based on the current situation in Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. His government is supposed to oversee entry and exit into this country. So here's my very easy, simple question. How many people are here in Canada illegally? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada has always had a generous but responsible immigration system. The integrity of our immigration system has always been strong and has led to strong growth, economic growth for our country over the past decades, and we will continue to uphold the integrity of our immigration system. We put in place measures to ensure that those whose visitor's visa or other types of visas and permit expire, so to ensure that they go home. Our system will remain thorough and will keep its integrity.
Head of the government, responsible for monitoring who comes in our borders and who leaves our borders. So surely he'll be able to answer a very simple question. How many are in Canada illegally?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that has distinguished Canada from many countries around the world is our immigration system has always been supported by Canadians, by our citizens from coast to coast to coast, because it is a strong and robust system that adjusts according to the needs of our population, of our economy, of our growth paths, of our housing starts, and that is exactly what we continue to do. Where the Conservative leader is once again seeking to divide Canadians, seeking to import right-wing rhetoric from south of the border, we are going to continue to stay true to our Canadian values, deliver a strong and robust immigration system that meets Canadians' values and expectations.
I'd ask the honourable member from Abbotsford, please, not to take the mic. He's an experienced and well-respected member. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, this summer, Canadians across the country were filled with immense pride watching Team Canada athletes represent us so well on the Olympic and Paralympic Games. In Kennecook, we gathered at Finley Park to celebrate Wyatt Sanford's Olympic bronze. In Rimouski, they cheered for Maud Charon, and in Victoria for the big man, Greg Stewart. That same story can be repeated for every single athlete who proudly wore the maple leaf in Paris. Can the Prime Minister explain how we are supporting our world-class athletes and why it is important to support Team Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to join my voice to those on this side of the House who are very excited that we have Olympians and Paralympians in Parliament today. Here on Parliament Hill, making sure that Canadians who celebrated them throughout this exciting summer, watching our Olympians and Paralympians succeed and inspire Canadians is something we can continue to celebrate right now. We will always support our athletes and work to make sure they can represent their country the very best. That's why we're giving more money for our athletes, supporting pregnant athletes so they don't have to give up their careers to start a family. These are all initiatives we're working to move forward. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to obstruct this House and make it more difficult.
The honourable member from Churchill, Kiwatanaski.
Mr. Speaker, today we recognize the incredible hard work and dedication of our Olympic athletes. We have so much to be proud of, and that's why it was so unfair that the soccer drone scandal distracted from the fact that Canada's athletes earned the podium. Many Canadians, including former athletes, have been calling on the government to do the right thing, bring about full accountability in terms of the drone scandal and the culture surrounding it so that it never happens again. So why are the Liberals blocking efforts at accountability at the Heritage Committee? Why is this minister refusing to be accountable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this summer we celebrated our Canadian athletes with everything we had from coast to coast to coast. It was very, very exciting. Yes, the incident with drones and Soccer Canada was extremely unfortunate. That's why there have been consequences. That's why we continue to ensure there are follow-ups on that. As the member well knows, committees in Parliament are independent and do their work independently. But we will continue to make sure that the extraordinary support that all Canadians, not just governments, but community members, volunteers give to our athletes every single day to make sure they shine continues unabated.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, over 135,000 passports are stuck in Canada Post warehouses or withheld by Service Canada because of the strike. As a result, many Canadians and Quebecers are anxious and they're scrambling to get their documents before they leave on holiday or visit loved ones in another country. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether there is a Plan B? Has his government planned any urgent measures in order to ensure that these Canadians receive their passports and can travel on time? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're working with both sides, both parties, to put an end to this post-Canada strike. We meet with Canada Post and with the union frequently. We want to help them resolve this dispute as quickly as possible. We know that many people are suffering from this strike, such as small businesses. As a result of the strike, we've opened more Service Canada locations. We know that this is difficult for many Canadians, and we will do everything we need to do to ensure that Canadians get their passports so that they can go on their winter vacations.
Avant qu'on passe au rappel au règlement, j'ai
Before moving to the point of order, I have a recognition in the gallery.
presence of the gallery of the Honourable Tracy Ann McPhee, Minister of Health and Social Services and Minister of Justice for Yukon. L'honorable député de Drummond se lève.
The honourable member for Drummond is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent to the following motion, that the House affirms that no...
Déjà entendu.
No, I'm afraid I've already heard no's.
J'ai une liste des personnes qui veulent faire des interventions. I will recognize the honourable member in a moment. The person next on my list is the honourable member from Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's rare for me to rise on a point of order in this House. However, as I try to keep my head down and attempt to focus on the issues being raised, I feel the need to draw your attention to the increase in name calling during question period. Earlier today, the Leader of the Opposition referred to the member from Burnaby South by what I would consider to be an unparliamentary moniker, 2 words beginning with M, that I will not repeat here. We're about to welcome, Mr. Speaker, we're about to welcome athletes who have represented our country with excellence, with appropriate nature, and are truly honourable. And I would ask that you continue to be vigilant and ensure that the decorum in this House is maintained, and that you ask members to apologize for using ridiculous monikers with honourable members. Thank you.
Order. I appreciate the intervention from the honourable member from Don Valley West, and I did notice as well a number of monikers which are being used from various folks in this House. This is something to consider and to review, and I will take a careful note of the honourable member's intervention and come back to the House. I see that the honourable member from Nunavut is rising on a point of order.
I'm rising on a point of order. According to the House of Commons Procedures and Practice Chapter 3, this is to address the repeatedly putting on record information that is not accurate. And I would like to ask the Leader of the Conservative Party to withdraw and apologize for claiming that Indigenous peoples, belong to the Conservatives. He needs to stop using terms that are possessive when it comes to Indigenous peoples, especially when he has met regularly with residential school deniers, and I do hope that he stands up to apologize to Indigenous peoples.
Thank the honourable member from Nunavut for raising this issue. I will again take a look at the record and come back to the House if necessary. Colleagues, honourable colleagues, it being 3:30, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 7, 2024, the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to welcome Canada's 2024 Paris Olympic and Paralympic Game athletes. Chers collègues, le 7 novembre 2020.
Dear colleagues, on November 7th, 2024, the House unanimously adopted the following motion. That notwithstanding any special orders or usual practice of the House, at the expiry of the time allotted for oral questions on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024, the House resolved itself into Committee of the Whole in order to welcome the Canadian athletes of the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris in 2024 with... I'm sorry, order please. Order please. A, the Speaker makes opening remarks on behalf of the House, and B, the names of athletes present be deemed read and printed in the debates of the House of Commons of that day.
Seating of the committee have concluded, the committee shall rise, and D, and this is very important for members to hear this again, only authorized photographers be permitted to take photos during the proceedings of the committee. I know that my honourable colleagues are as excited as I am to welcome these extraordinary Canadians. We have many athletes to celebrate, too many actually, to fit all together in this chamber, so we will be welcoming them in 2 waves. Cela veut dire que nous devons faire...
That means that we will need to show some patience and discipline so that the event goes well.
And I draw the attention of colleagues to the last item of the motion and ask members to not take photos during the proceedings. Merci à toutes et à tous de ne pas prendre des...
I would ask everyone to not take photos in order to make sure that the event goes smoothly.
Now it is my pleasure to welcome onto the floor of the House of Commons our Canadian athletes who competed in the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Summer Games in Paris last July, August, and September. Chers athlètes, dear athletes, je peux voir qu'il y a quelques...
I see that some tears are being spilled in this house, dear athletes. You are simply extraordinary.
Is a word that literally describes each one of you. Vous avez montré que vous êtes...
You have shown that you are extraordinary with your years of hard training, your sacrifice, and the determination that you've shown in order to become the best. You are all champions and a source of inspiration for everyone, but especially for our Canadian children and youth.
I also want to recognize coaches, families, mission staff, and the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees for their hard work and dedication. Through all of your efforts, Team Canada won 27 medals, including 9 including 9 golds during the Olympic Games, and wait for it, 29 medals, including 10 golds at the Paralympic Games. On behalf of all parliamentarians, thank you for representing our country and our people so well. You made us all proud. Merci à toutes et à tous d'être venus.
I'd like to thank you all for having come to the House of Commons today. We will now welcome the next group of Olympic and Paralympic athletes. Thank you from all Canadians.
Mais ce n'est pas tous les collègues.
That's not all, colleague, because now we will welcome the second wave of athletes.
car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Ladies and gentlemen, dear athletes, bonjour and welcome to you all. Les Canadiennes et les Canadiens.
Canadians everywhere in Canada are proud of you. Everyone appreciates all the years of training, sacrifice, and willpower that it takes to become a world-class athlete like you all are.
And a source of inspiration for your fellow citizens, especially younger Canadians. So today is an opportunity for us to recognize your coaches, your families, as well as the mission staff and the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees for their constant support. Grâce à vos efforts.
Thanks to you, Team Canada took home 27 medals, including 9 gold medals. That was 27 medals at the Olympics and 29 medals, 10 of which were gold medals, at the Paralympic Games. As you can see, all of us parliamentarians, thank you for having represented our country so well. We are incredibly proud of you. Once again, congratulations.
So we're going to need a bigger parliament after the next Olympics to accommodate you all. Thank you for coming. Just to you. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 7, 2024, the names of the Olympic and Paralympic athletes are deemed read and will be printed in the debates of the House. The committee will now rise. It being 15:53, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-380 under private members' business. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Tucker.
Move that Bill C-380, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, plastic manufactured items, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. La période de 10 minutes pour les
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
of the item. We will now proceed for members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's. In the fifth row.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp. Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant. Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Beltud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block. In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row. Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Troisième.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Premier row.
First row.
I'll continue the vote when we're done talking. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes. In the fifth row. In the fourth row.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance. In the, what are we at? Fifth row. Third row.
Mr. McGregor. Oh, à retour à Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor. Deuxième row.
Second row.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout. In the first row.
Mr. St. Marie.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson. All those to my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson. Cinquième rangée.
Mr.
Fifth row.
Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen. Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris. In the third row.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk. In the second row.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
In the first row.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them, or they can stand in the chamber. Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, due to technical difficulties, I couldn't vote. I'd like to vote nay.
Nay compte.
Monsieur Gerritsen.
An issue with my phone. I thought it registered no, but it didn't, so I'd like my vote recorded no, please.
Mr. Gerritsen, nay compte.
Anyone else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 118, 118. Nays contre 210, 210.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Count to 5. Daily routine of business. Des affaires courantes ordinaires. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. L'honorable député de Sackville-Preston Chesapeake.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston Chesapeake. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages the following reports of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie about its participation in 2 parliamentary missions to the United Nations, New York, United States of America, from February 21st to 23rd, 2024, and from April 3rd to 4th, 2024, as well as the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians, Doha, Qatar, June 26th and 27th, 2024. The Bureau meeting, 49th annual session and 10th edition of the Parlement francophone des jeunes of the APF in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, from July 4th to 9th, 2024. And finally, the 39th session of the APF Regional Assembly, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, from August 7th to 9th, 2024.
Merci beaucoup. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 1334-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-China Legislative Association 24th Bilateral Meeting, Beijing and Shanghai, China, from March 24 to March 29, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe that got them all there. Présentation de rapport des commissions.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, entitled
B 2024-2025, Vote 1B under Administrative Tribunals Support Service of Canada, Vote 1B under Canadian Human Rights Commission, Vote 1B under Courts Administration Service, Votes 1B and 5B under Department of Justice, and Vote 1B under Law Commission of Canada. Merci.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Conformément au mandat que...
Thank you very much. Under Standing Orders 104 and 114, I have the honour to present both official languages the 73rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs about changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. If unanimous consent is granted, I intend to ask for adoption of this report later today.
L'honorable député de Kings Hands.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for King's Hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present, in both official languages, the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2024-25. Votes 1B, 5B, and 10B under Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And under Introduction of Private Members' Bills, dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate Public Bills, première lecture de projet de loi intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 73rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Motions. Motion. Monsieur Ellis, seconded by Ms. Rood, moves that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Health, presented on Wednesday, June 19, 2024, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and it's an honour to speak this afternoon. I'll split my time with the member from my great colleague and friend from Peterborough-Kawartha. Speaker, it is with great sadness, though, that I have to rise in the House today to speak on the report in front of the Health Committee related to breast cancer screening guidelines in Canada. And one of the things that we do know is that 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime, which is not an insignificant statistic. And even more perhaps poignant is 1 in 36 are expected to die from the illness. When we look at these numbers, Speaker, we know that this is something that, as we look around the chamber, certainly could affect many of us who are here. And from a very personal perspective, I want to say that my own wife, Deborah, had breast cancer, and now, as of this spring, will be an 8-year survivor. So, yeah. And certainly, again, not to be overly personal, but I guess I will be. When somebody realizes that they are either told by screening mammography or that they have found a lump in their breast, certainly as a spouse who's experienced it and as a former physician who has seen this happen many times, the whole world comes to a screeching halt. And the most difficult thing, of course, is not knowing what is next, not knowing how severe the illness is, and not knowing exactly what the treatment is going to look like and how you're going to feel and how long it's going to last, how terribly it's going to impact yourself and your family and those who are there to support you. Sadly, it's also presents a significant financial burden often for Canadians who live in rural communities, having to go back and forth to appointments in larger centres at your own expense, and that is not an insignificant thought either. And of course, taking time off from work further exacerbates that difficulty. And certainly, Speaker, I'm thankful every day that my wife has made this incredible recovery that she has. Absolutely. For sure. You know, when you look at breast cancer from a statistical perspective, you know, breast cancer is also the most commonly diagnosed cancer in Canadians aged 30 to 49, which really begins us to look at why it's so important that the current guidelines, which would suggest that Canadian women should begin screening for breast cancer via mammography at age 50, and why that should be reduced to the age of, and offered to women at the age of 40. You know, Speaker, it really does pain me to think that here we are, that this is a political issue, and I think that the difficulty is that those who bring forward the science around this sadly are not being listened to. It's the Canadian Task Force on Preventive Health Care that puts forward these guidelines. Now, does that mean they're binding to physicians? No, it doesn't mean that they're binding to physicians, but certainly many jurisdictions would use those recommendations from the Canadian Task Force to inform decisions related to offering mammography to women earlier. When we begin to look at this, part of the discussion is it's absolutely abhorrent when you begin to consider it. Some of the testimony that we heard that screening women earlier would lead to finding things that would have to be investigated that in the end turned out not to be cancerous. And of course that creates some anxiety. And there were actually witnesses who suggested that anxiety is overwhelming. Now, I guess from the perspective, again, of somebody who's gone through it in a few different ways, is that it would be much more anxiety-producing to miss something and know that you had a much further advanced cancer than you could have had it been caught earlier. And as we look at some of the statistics around this, there was a study that was published that looked at this particular issue and said Canadian women 40 to 49 years old were diagnosed with significantly fewer stage 1 and more stage 2 and 3 breast cancers than women aged 50 to 59. And what does that mean? That means that because younger women were not being offered screening mammography, that their cancers were diagnosed at a much more advanced stage. And of course, I think as many people here in the House and watching on TV would know, that when cancers are diagnosed at a later stage, that gives you a much worse prognosis or outcome. And that is certainly something that we want to avoid in cancers. Those cancers that are diagnosed at an earlier stage are more easily treatable, and the outcomes are significantly more favorable. And we also know that the 5-year survival rate is 74% for stage 3 breast cancer and only 23.2% for women who have stage 4 cancer. So that is just to support that notion, of course, that the earlier stages that breast cancer is found, and other cancers as well, the more favorable the outcome is. And it is also interesting when we begin to look at this, that we also know that this same study that we're talking about found that earlier screening led to significantly improved survival rates among women in their 40s with breast cancer who lived in provinces where they were allowed to receive screening in their 40s. So once again, we see this new evidence that's out there. Part of the difficulty with a task force is that they only want to accept randomized, placebo-controlled, double-blind trials. And what does all of that scientific gobbledygook mean? That would mean that one group would have a treatment, the other group would have a sham treatment, and then we would compare the outcomes without either group knowing which they were in. So that would be actually unethical to do, because we know at the current time that screening for breast cancer is a proven treatment. What we need to understand now is that the outdated information, often from the 1960s, does not necessarily apply to the significant advancements in imaging that we now have in the 2020s. And because that new information is not being included in the decision-making process, then what we're finding is that those folks on the Preventive Task Force do not want to change the guidelines, in spite of the fact that there's overwhelming evidence to the contrary. I think it also important, Speaker, to outline to Canadians that this is about women in the 40 to 49 year age category. And there's also an interesting scientific notion of potential years of life lost. You know, just for instance, if a 45-year-old woman, if she dies at age 45 and would have lived to 85, that is 40 years of potential life lost. And we also know that many women are, as anybody in society at age 40 to 49, are in the heyday of their working careers. They are wives, they are mothers, they are sisters, they are daughters, they are aunts. And as we look at that significant portion of the life that is lost, we know that in Canada things can be better than that. Dr. Paula Gordon, a clinical professor at UBC, informed members of the Health Committee in June of this year that, and I quote, women aged 40 to 49 are 44% less likely to die of breast cancer if they have mammograms. And we also heard that breast cancer in younger women is often more aggressive than those in older women, spreads faster if left untreated. I think, Speaker, a couple of notions that need to be brought forward here. It's also been reported that the peak incidence of breast cancer for Black and Asian women is 10 years earlier than amongst white women, and racialized minorities are particularly harmed by the current outdated guidelines. Speaker, we know clearly that in the United States Preventive Services Task Force recommended last year that women begin receiving mammogram of a screening nature at age 40, and why we continue to use these outdated guidelines is very nonsensical. There's about 470 women aged 40 to 49 who die of breast cancer each year. Think of how many lives we could save by changing these guidelines, Speaker, and I think that on behalf of all Canadians, when new science becomes available, it is important that gets called out to say that things need to change. They need to change rapidly. And on behalf of all Canadians, I would certainly say very strongly to the Preventive Task Force that their guidelines need to change. They need to change quickly because truly, in this instance, lives are at stake. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question or commentaire? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for that speech and for his leadership on this issue before the Health Committee. The public may not know, but the matter that is presently under debate in the House was one that was moved at the Health Committee in the middle of a study on breast cancer screening guidelines. And it was moved preemptively before the study was completed. As luck would have it, the draft report is presently before the committee and is being reviewed by the committee. This is an example of a piece of work that's been undertaken very much on a nonpartisan basis and probably represents one of the good work that is capable of happening here, when Canadians are put first and party differences are put aside. I'd just like to invite my honourable colleague to talk a bit about the evidence that was heard at the committee before and after this particular report was tabled, and his expectations and hopes for the recommendations that will come out of the final report on the study on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable député de Cumberland Colchester.
Thanks, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Charlottetown as well. Certainly, as he is the chair of the Health Committee, we often have our differences, but I would say he's most often fair and sometimes even kind. I know that's a big admission. That being said, as we look at the evidence, one of the studies that we talked about specifically was a 2022 study published in Concurrent Oncology that states the current Canadian breast cancer screening guidelines, initially published in 2011 by the Canadian Task Force, pose a dangerous threat to Canadians' women's health. It goes on to say that the screening guidelines are based on ancient data from as early as the 1960s that provided the recommendation that screening for an average risk woman begin at age 50. So, as I mentioned in my speech, it's incredibly important that when new evidence becomes available, that it's adopted as quickly as possible. Even these task force recommendations are from 2011. I think it's sad that we have to have political intervention in a scientific area of expertise because those scientists refuse to be different and to do the job that they are asked to do on behalf of Canadians. And when we know, as I said in my speech, that lives are at stake, I think it's incredibly important that things change, and they change today and not tomorrow.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very nuanced and empathetic speech. I'd also like to thank the entire committee for carrying out this study. It was very important. Breast cancer research must continue. And currently, discoveries are being made regularly in the field, especially about gene therapy. and also finding out that certain genes may lead someone to develop breast cancer and there can be prevention. Would it be appropriate to include this type of genetic research to help us understand and prevent the development of breast cancer for certain women? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. It is a little difficult for me to use the technical terminology in French, so I will continue in English.
Specific terminology is a bit difficult, but what we do know, at least for me in French, we do know that that genetic information is going to be more important. I think partly, though, we have to consider that in the context of screening large portions of the population. It could interfere with things such as getting insurance if you knew that you were at greater risk than the general population. So I think we have to look at that very carefully, but it will be very important as the future goes on that we know that certain cancers are linked together, colon cancer, ovarian cancer, breast cancer, that those links are there, and that the more knowledge that Canadians have, the better informed choice that they're able to make and not have to rely on their own decision making.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as luck would have it, I'm a breast cancer survivor who was diagnosed before 50. And I want to say that I was in the committee on that day, and I was speaking about the impact on my children, small children who were still in elementary school. And the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake shared her story, that she was a child when her mother got breast cancer and she passed. So the member and I immediately clicked and said that we would do this. We would do this for people. We would put together a motion that we need to have the task force reconsidered, basically. So I'm just going to quote here from Dense Breast Canada, who said that the task force should be disbanded and rebuilt. Mr. Speaker, I faced pushback from the Liberals on this motion. I faced pushback from the Liberals who said, no, it's not important enough. So I'm just wondering if the Conservative would just share why this is so important, to listen to women who have experienced this in their life and get this done.
We are a little over time, but I'll allow the Honourable Member of Cumberland Colchester to respond.
I'd like to give my congratulations to my honourable colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam. I think one of the important things, especially in this particular study, is that there is an incredible collision between women like the honourable member who have lived experience and the science. And when we see those two things colliding and giving us the same messages over and over again, it behooves us, for those of us who have the privilege of having a voice, to be able to stand up and shout as loud as we can to say that the current state of affairs is unacceptable, that things need to change, and they need to change today.
Hear, hear.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With respect to questions on the order paper, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent that the following questions will be answered today: 3075, 3078 to 3080, 3082, 3084, 3085, and 3088. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 3073, 3074, 3076, 3077, 3081, 3083, 3086, 3087, and 3089 could be made orders for return. These returns will be tabled in electronic format immediately.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a true honour to stand and speak in the House of Commons on behalf of obviously my riding, Peterborough Kawartha, but many of the issues obviously are impacting Canadians across our country. So it is a true honour to stand and rise today. So what we're discussing, as my colleague and friend from Cumberland Colchester talked about, is the HESA, which is our Health Committee report. It is the 20th report, and just to give a little bit of background for folks watching at home, that the committee report to the House that the decision by the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Health Care should be immediately reversed, and breast cancer screening should be extended to women in their 40s as this will help save lives, that the Minister of Health urge the task force to go back to the drawing board and revisit the guidelines based on the latest science, and that the Public Health Agency of Canada table to this committee the parameters given to the task force to update breast cancer screening guidelines. So this is obviously, you know, a lot of women watching, a lot of families watching have been impacted by breast cancer, and this was a very important study brought forward in Health Committee. I had the privilege to sit into the Status of Women Committee, where we also brought this forward. And just for some context for folks so they know, the Public Health Agency, so under the Liberal government, there's Public Health, and there's the Minister of Health, and then there's a Public Health Agency, designated a task force and a chair of that task force to study breast cancer. And so what they came back with, and the chair, their recommendation was that there should not be screening for women under the age of 50. Now, this, as you've just heard what I've said, this really has unanimous consent. It certainly did in Status of Women across all party lines, that this is a terrible recommendation from the task force and the chair. And it was really interesting to listen to witness after witness in the Status of Women testify against what the recommendations of the task force was. And here's the thing. So I would post these stories and I would get the feedback. I love to hear what people say. And the province, most provinces, have already said screening should happen at 40 or self-screening. Like those are the provincial rules. And so then you have a federal body, sort of a bureaucratic body, a task force that's saying, no, it shouldn't be. It should be 50 and over, which is really bizarre. And so then I asked a lot of the witnesses, I said, why does it matter if the task force and the chair is saying it should be over 50, but provinces already have it at 40, or self-referral is the recommendation of the provinces, what does it matter what the task force and the chair says? And every single witness said, because it sends a message that you shouldn't get screened under 50. And that is wrong. So I want to bring you up to speed on a little bit, because the chair of the task force actually wrote an editorial during our study in Status of Women, doubling down after hearing witness after witness after witness in the Status of Women saying no. And you know, I heard my member from the NDP even agree with this. Listen, Mr. Speaker, I think everybody at home knows there's not many things that we agree on in this House when we go across the floor. But this is women's health. This is families who are dying because they're not getting screened in time, or it's not being detected that they have breast cancer. So this chair, her name is Dr. Guylaine Thériault, she wrote this article during testimony when we were hearing from every single witness to change the age of screening. And she said, the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Health Care Task Force conducted a comprehensive review on evidence of breast cancer screening. The key message, these are her words, the key message is that breast cancer screening is a personal choice and that women need the full picture so that they can decide what is right for them. That makes sense, correct? You shouldn't have to fight and beg your doctor. You should be able to advocate for what you want to do. She went on to say, the evidence did not show a clear benefit of screening for breast cancer in women, especially those aged 40 to 49. The evidence did not show. Well, let me read you some testimony from the Status of Women by experts in this field. Anna Wilkinson is a medical doctor. And I asked her these questions, and she said, here's a quote. First, regarding the expert involvement, the actual task force and working group for this had zero breast cancer experts on it. This makes no sense. Like, nothing about this makes any sense. And, you know, my colleague who's a doctor whose wife survived breast cancer said it very well. Like, why are we as politicians having to stand up and tell this arm of Public Health Agency that you got it wrong? And it's just bizarre. So I'm going to go on because there's tons of survivors, there's tons of families, and I think it is really important that this breast cancer doesn't just impact the person diagnosed, it impacts a whole community. So Kim McDonald is a patient advocate, and she said, right now, at stage 0 or stage 1, if it's found that early, as it is often is in the screening, you have about a 99% survival rate. By the time it gets to stage 4, we're talking about a 31% survival rate. These are significant, significant numbers. We also have, I wanted to get to this other, okay. This is also Kim McDonald. She's a patient advocate and for Breast Cancer Canada. I first want to say how shocked and disappointed I was in the task force recommendation of keeping the breast cancer screening age at 50, and how heartened I am by provinces like Ontario for lowering the age of self-referral to 40. We also had Dr. Anna Wilkinson again testify, saying, my research with Statistics Canada has focused on breast cancer in women in their 40s. We found that the incidence of breast cancer in these women has increased almost 10% in recent years, and that women with access to organized breast screening programs have an earlier stage at diagnosis and significantly increased survival. Even if we use the task force and minimize mortality, benefits of only 1 death averted per 1,000 women screened over 10 years, this amounts to over 2,500 deaths of 40-year-old women. I want to go through here. I brought this up to a couple of witnesses, and I said, we literally have not heard from one witness that agreed with the task force or the chair. Not one, except the task force chair. She was the only one. And then she doubled down in this article during committee as sort of a passive-aggressive, she's right and everybody else is wrong. And so I asked, I want to come to this part where I asked Miss Althea Kiwayosh. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. She's a director of Aboriginal Cancer Control. And I said, do you think this chair should resign? Like, that was one of the things, because we have to write recommendations. The point of a study in any committee is recommendations. And so when you hear all of this, like, what is going on, right? Like, do you disband the task force? Do you like, in any other world, this person would resign if this is what's happening, right? There's nobody else to agree with them. And I said, do you want to see the resignation of the task force chair? And this woman said, I don't know who he or she is, but he or she is obviously very out of touch with the topic. I'm sure there was a task force struck at one time that created residential schools, and look how well that went over. They need to be more in touch with the topic then. They need to have understanding of what's happening with the community and with people. They need to have their pulse on the hands of what community are saying and what people are saying. They're very out of touch. And I want to use my last minute, Mr. Speaker, to tell you that we need a lot of help in healthcare in this country. You know, it is one of the biggest questions I get asked. People they can't even get to a doctor. They can't even get to a doctor. We have a plan. You know, we've talked about this in terms of a policy and solution, which is called the Blue Seal program. And I know my colleague has spearheaded that tremendously to get all of the doctors that are out there driving Ubers and who are qualified to actually be able to practice medicine so people have access to this. But this sends a bigger message, and we need to increase our access to the newest technology, thermogenics. We need to be, you know what, we need to have choice and informed consent for patients. And we need to give back the power to the women who want to be screened for breast cancer so that families don't have to bury their mothers, sisters, and daughters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Kitchener Kamal-Tyre, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I recently sat on another committee, the Status of Women Committee, recently, and they were studying a similar study on breast cancer screening, but the topic was specifically for First Nations and Indigenous peoples screening. And one of the discussions in that committee was to make sure that there are better access and representation of Indigenous peoples. And I wonder if the member agrees that with this motion, there also needs to be assurances that the task force also focuses their work on ensuring that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis also get the breast screening that they deserve, because for them it's a lot more difficult, especially in Nunavut, where my constituents are flown to places like Ottawa, thousands of kilometers away, to have basic access to breast screening, for example.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Yes, that study that she's referring to is the one that I was referring to in my speech about the status of women, where we were studying this task force recommendations. And Black women and Indigenous women were the research. We had multiple witnesses testify on this. The research that they were using was from the 80s. It was so outdated, and there is a disproportionate amount of women who are Black or of Indigenous that are impacted by breast cancer, but it's not reflected in the task force's recommendations. So 1,000%, again, that is what we say. Like, you need updated evidence here. And as I answered earlier, the task force chair said the evidence didn't even show a clear benefit of screening, yet she didn't nobody on the task force represented any of these groups, so it makes no sense.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, and during my intervention, I did have an opportunity to speak about the consequences of diagnosing a late-stage breast cancer in a woman aged 40 to 49. But I wonder if my honourable colleague might like to make some comments around the intrusiveness and the loss of dignity, the loss of employment, the loss of income, and of course the consequences of treatment inside a family of a woman diagnosed at age 40 to 49 with a later stage breast cancer.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you. And you know, that age, 40 to 49, you know, I'm 45, and I think about, I've got aging parents, you've got children, you're trying to get your career, you're trying to pay your bills, you're trying to do all these things, and then boom, you're not well, and now you're not able to go to work or make money, or the consequences of that are devastating. And when you talk about prevention, and there was actually, I asked that question to one of my witnesses. I said, I don't understand this recommendation. Is it a money thing? Because that's the only thing I can ever find, right? Follow the money. Oh, it costs too much money to do the screening. And I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up here in my time, because it's all the witness testimony here. But I do know that one of the witnesses talked about the financial, how much money you save. I don't understand why we can't. People talk about the harm. This is by Cheryl White, breast cancer survivor. People talk about the harms of mammograms, but the only harm I can think of is the $75 cost of getting one. But the money that you would save in prevention of women who have to access medicine and not be able to go to work, and the family's impacted, it doesn't make any sense. You're going to save economically. The impact would be far, far worse if you didn't get early diagnosis.
Questions and comments? Maybe a quick question or a quick comment? Resuming debate then. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Charlottetown, and he being the chair of the committee that produced this report, I will leave it to him to discuss the very important issues specifically as it relates to this report. What I would like to do with my time, Mr. Speaker, is point out some issues that I see with, once again, the manner in which the Conservatives are bringing forward motions just to delay and prevent anything from happening in this House. For starters, this report, Mr. Speaker, was endorsed unanimously by the committee. The entire committee voted in favour of this. There was no, that's the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP. There was no dissenting report, to my knowledge. There certainly was not anybody that voted against it. And so one has to ask themselves, why bring this forward when they know it has been unanimously supported? And my only rationale to answering that question, Mr. Speaker, comes from the same place that so many of these reports have come and been tabled at committee, or in this House, from committee, and that is that Conservatives are just putting up concurrence report, one after another every day, because they know it burns away 3 hours of the day. And it's so completely disingenuous, and I would argue actually does a disservice to the very important issue that's being discussed here in this, this motion and this report as it relates to breast cancer. The speaker before me read out the motion or the report, and I will read it myself. It's literally one sentence. It says that the committee report to the House that the decision by the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Healthcare should be immediately reversed, and breast cancer screening should be extended to women in their 40s, as this will help save lives. That the Minister of Health urged the task force to go back to the drawing board and revisit the guidelines based on the latest science, and that the Public Health Agency of Canada table to this committee parameters given to the task force to update breast cancer screening guidelines. That is the entire report, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm perplexed at why it is once again, you know, and I've been here for 9 years, and I've probably seen more concurrence reports being tabled or being moved, concurrence motions being moved in the last 2.5 to 3 months. And it's, in my opinion, just another delay tactic of the Conservatives, because they're running out of people to speak to the motion on privilege. There are well over 220 people now that have spoken to it. To give folks at home that might be watching this a comparison, between the Liberal, NDP, and Bloc, there's been about 22 speakers in total. So 22 speakers from 4 political parties that represent well over the majority of the House, and over 220 Conservatives who have spoken to that particular motion. So why is this important, and why is it germane to the discussion that we're having today? Is because what they're doing is they've run out of talking points. I think AI has just said, I'm sorry, I cannot produce another speech for you. There have been way too many requests for a 20-minute long speech. And so they're just at a point now where even moving an amendment which resets their speaking order isn't effective anymore, because literally everybody has said absolutely everything there is to be said. And even sitting in here and listening to Conservatives ad nausea speak on and on, it's very clear that we drift away into other topics routinely. And we're even well beyond the point of anybody calling relevance anymore, because that's absolutely pointless. So when it comes to issues that are so critically important, and I will say, this issue is very important to me, in particular to my wife. There is a history of breast cancer in my wife's family, and so she regularly gets screened and tested. I don't think we should be using a motion like this that has been unanimously passed in committee as a political tool in this House to delay what we talk about and to delay what we do. You know, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to an issue like this that relates to health, it is so critically important that we do everything that we can to support women and the proper screening to protect them from possibly being diagnosed with breast cancer. And I think we do a huge disservice to the seriousness that that requires when we pick up a motion like this that came from committee, that was unanimously supported, that had no dissenting reports, and we start to use it as a political tool in this House to slow the place down and to create disorder. And that's unfortunately, once again, what we've seen. No objective person looking at what has happened over the last 3 months and looking at the countless number of concurrence motions that Conservatives have put forward could possibly ever come to the conclusion that they're being genuine in their actions. They're not. They're doing this strictly for political reasons. And I think at the very least would ask my Conservative colleagues that if they're going to do that, Mr. Speaker, please pick some issues that perhaps aren't as sensitive to so many people in our country and that affect so many people in our country. Don't play around with an issue like this. Don't play politics with an issue like this. I just think it's in my opinion, just extremely despicable. So in any event, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end there. Like I said, I'm sharing my time with the member from Charlottetown. He's the chair of this committee. I'm sure he can provide much more insight into the discussion that happened when this was at committee. I look forward to hearing what he has to say, because I'm sure that he will be able to offer some of that meaningful, be able to fill the House in on some of that very meaningful discussion that was had around producing this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's more a commentary on what I just heard from that member, in particular from Kingston and the Islands. I think when we come to this House, we come from they're really different parts of the country. Many members have constituencies which are very large and lots of varying issues that people really care about. This Parliament wouldn't be paralyzed if the government would just give over the documents in its unredacted form. So then the only other way, because there's no private members' business, there's no private members' motions, the only other way to raise issues apart from Standing Order 31s is to then use concurrence reports in order to be able to talk about them. You know, I know that in my family, I don't know of any case of breast cancer, but famously, I think in my family, my paternal grandfather passed away of cancer, brain cancer here in Canada, and is the reason my family got to come here from communist Poland thanks to a medical exit visa my father was able to get. So cancer touches a lot of Canadians. I don't think it's really disingenuous to accuse us of not having the right motivations. He heard from two other members of the Conservative caucus who gave impassioned pleas for what should be done, and this is just an opportunity to speak about cancer, which does affect, I think, 1 in 2 Canadians at some point in their lives will face that diagnosis.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
My father-in-law passed away at the age of 67, only about 5 years ago, from brain cancer. Could very well be the exact same form of cancer that this member just spoke about. So, with all due respect to him, I'm not going to be lectured on taking an issue such as cancer seriously when I lost a father-in-law at the age of 67. Nonetheless, his argument about what we're discussing today would be great if it wasn't premised on the notion that this House is seized with the position that it's in because of what the Liberal Party has done. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this member knows procedure very well. I know that for a fact. And he knows that what was put forward was that from the Speaker, at the direction of the Speaker, a motion to send something to Proc. He can explain to Canadians why he's participating in filibustering his own motion to send something to Proc, because that's what he's doing. He put forward a motion that said, let's send this to Proc, and then he refuses to let people vote on it. But please, don't lecture me on being disingenuous.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The topic is very sensitive. I've said so before, and I say it again. There is no one in this House who has not been affected one way or another by cancer, but I'd like to come back to the committee report and to its recommendations. And here's my question. When will the government apply the recommendations fully and thus allow women to have a better opportunity of surviving when there is a diagnosis, especially with regard to breast cancer, but other cancers as well? Thank you. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I indicated in my speech, Mr. Speaker, breast cancer is something that has affected my wife's family, so I'm very aware of the need for the screening and making sure that it's caught as soon as possible. But what I would remind her of is what the actual report. She asked me a question about what the government's going to do. But what this report that unanimously passed that we're debating now is about, it's about asking the Minister of Health to urge the task force to go back to the drawing board and revisit the guidelines based on the latest science. So this is, unfortunately, this member is asking me a question about what the government is going to do, and I will say that this report was only tabled back in June. I know it sounds like a long time ago when you talk about the calendar, but it certainly isn't when you talk about days in this House. So my point is that I agree with my colleagues and with the unanimous consent of the report and the committee that this is a very important matter. And if the committee feels that it is so important, and I would agree with them that it is, that it go back, that they ask the minister to go back and ask the agency to look at it one more time, then I am totally in agreement with that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you heard, I am the chair of the Health Committee, so I can probably give the House a bit of the background on how this report came to be and the present status of the issue before the Health Committee. I'm inclined to agree with the member from Kingston and the Islands with respect to the motivation behind bringing this motion before the House for concurrence today. And I agree that it is unfortunate and unseemly for an issue as deadly, as personal, and as sensitive as breast cancer and breast cancer screening to be used as a tool for delay, as was pointed out by my colleague. Mr. Speaker, this came before the Health Committee at the behest of a motion from the member from Fort McMurray to have the committee engage in hearing from witnesses and on the subject of the breast cancer screening guidelines. To go a little further back, the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Health Care issued breast cancer screening guidelines in 2018. There has been dramatic developments in medicine and science since 2018, and in May of 2024, the task force issued draft guidelines, but those draft guidelines maintained the position taken in 2018, recommending against breast cancer screening for those under the age of 50. By that point in time, many of the provinces had already caught up with the developments in medicine, with the developments in science, and were routinely screening patients under the age of 50. The committee heard from 9 witnesses, received 15 briefs, and before embarking on its study, the motion that is the subject of the debate today was preemptively moved, amended, and unanimously adopted by the committee. So this, and the work of the committee throughout the hearings of the witnesses was nonpartisan, was undoubtedly in the best interest of Canadians, showed a bias towards evidence, not politics. It was, in my time in the Health Committee, one of those moments, one of those studies that you'd be proud of because of the way parliamentarians worked together, which I think compounds the discomfort that I feel that it's being used in this way. So, and where we are right now, Mr. Speaker, is this. The briefs have been reviewed. The transcripts of evidence have been reviewed. The committee now has in front of it a detailed draft report, which we are going to be looking at the second version of tomorrow. And at some point, that report is going to be adopted by the committee. It will undoubtedly include significant recommendations that will be reported back to the House. And I would respectfully suggest that the time to be talking about concurrence in a committee report on breast screening guidelines would be a report that is significantly more comprehensive than a motion that was preemptively moved before the deliberations on the report even began. More and more women under the age of 50 are being diagnosed with breast cancer. This is what we heard at the committee. The Canadian Cancer Society reports that 1 in 8 Canadian women will develop breast cancer in their lifetime, and 1 from 36 will die from it. Last year, there were 30,500 Canadian women who were diagnosed. And given those statistics, 5,500 of them will die from this disease. So this is not something to be politicized. This is something that parliamentarians need to take very seriously. One of the challenges that we have in any healthcare issue is that the healthcare system in Canada is partially federally funded and completely provincially administered. However, the federal Minister of Health has indicated that he is in favor of the measures that are mentioned in this motion, and the overwhelming weight of evidence, the overwhelming weight of what we hear from patients, from experts, from physicians, is that the Task Force on Preventative Health Care, in their draft guidelines, got it wrong. And the direction from the minister, the direction from the evidence we heard, and the direction from the committee is to send them back to the drawing board to give some detail to the committee on a robust procedure for determining who gets to sit there, what their mandate is, the depth and breadth of the consultations, and the depth and breadth of the things that they ought to consider when reviewing and revising these draft guidelines. It's the task force, as you heard from the member from Peterborough, has been widely criticized, and it's a bit of a head scratcher as to how they ended up in this same place, given how science and medicine has developed. Part and parcel of the evidence that we heard before the Health Committee on the full report was the need for investment in research, was the need for public awareness both among the general populace but also with physicians. All of these types of issues are those that I fully expect will make their way into the report that will eventually be tabled at the House. And as I indicated, that would be something that would provide much more substance for a concurrence motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end it there. I thought that color would be helpful to the House on this debate. While I'm still on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for St. Catharines, that the question now be put.
So the motion is moved by the honourable member for Charlottetown, seconded by the member for St. Catharines, that the question now be put, and the motion is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very significant issue. I think many, if not most, members of this Parliament have lost family members to cancer of some kind or another. It is a little bit disappointing to see sort of the amount of time Liberals have devoted in their speeches to sort of partisan talking points around concurrence and aspects of the business of the House. I think there's a lot of time to discuss those issues. The appropriateness of concurrence, this hour, that hour, on this day or another day. But I think this is an issue on which we should all agree, and it does, I think, show sort of the orientation of the government that rather than focusing on constructive solutions on a sensitive issue on which I think there's general agreement, that there is a focus more on really trying to attack the Conservatives. I wonder if the member can just share, trying to get him off some of that partisan tone, especially that we heard from his colleague from Kingston, just some constructive suggestions for additional steps that the House could pursue that would help effectively combat this problem and promote wellness.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Fort Saskatchewan for that question. As I indicated, the study before the Health Committee included 9 witnesses, 15 briefs, and some heart-wrenching stories, both from witnesses and from members of Parliament, about the impact of this disease on them and their families. There is absolutely no question that this is something that merits the attention of the Parliament of Canada and in a way that puts forward our best work. And as I indicated in my speech, that was on display at the Health Committee. A comprehensive report is in process and will be coming before the House. It's a safe bet that report is going to include measures around funding, around transparency, around a process to ensure that the task force has the right people in the right seats with the right information, with the right mandate to get to the right result. That's what we hope for, and that's the goal, and it's a worthy goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honneur de député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This is a very sensitive issue. But coming back to resources, I'd like to talk about the fact that the federal government has become less engaged in healthcare. The fact that we have less resources now, is that because successive governments since the 90s have removed investment in health, and Quebec's and the province's requests for 35% has not been listened to, which is why now there are a lot of concerns. There are just not enough resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important to focus on the root of the issue here.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question doesn't have much to do with the speech or the conversation here. But it's true that for federal and provincial governments, healthcare is one of the major challenges. In my riding, that's one of the issues that is raised most frequently when I'm canvassing. As I mentioned in my speech, one of the complexities of this issue is the fact that the healthcare system in Canada is that funding is shared between the provincial and federal levels, but the jurisdiction is principally provincial. That is one of the factors that is relevant to all healthcare discussions.
And the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank the member for really, expressing how this impacts families. And I really appreciate that, because it was really hard to hear the task force come back and say we're not going to make these changes, especially when, I said earlier that Dense Breast Canada was saying it needed to be disbanded and rebuilt, and other breast cancer organizations said that the guidelines don't reflect modern science and do not prioritize the lives of Canadians. And even the minister at the time, the Minister of Health at the time, said, this needs to be reviewed and looked at. And, we haven't had an update there. So I wonder if the member could just update what is the most recent comments from the Minister of Health on this?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Pleased to do that, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from the New Democratic Party for that question. The minister was as set back and put off by the draft guidelines as just about everyone else. The Minister has encouraged the committee to bring forward a recommendation that's along the lines of the preemptive motion that we're looking at here, but something a little more robust. And he is of the view that the draft guidelines should not stand, but should be revisited in a manner that's consistent with the evidence and with the developments in medicine.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a great deal of humility and with a heart for everyone who has lost a loved one to breast cancer. And on this Health Committee report, what is odd is that the report isn't even finished yet. It started last spring, but it's not done yet. And I also feel a great deal of humility because I'm wearing big shoes tonight. I'm replacing my colleague from Montcalm, who is an exceptional healthcare critic and who is also one of the co-chairs of the Health Committee that studied this matter. So I will try to fill my colleague's shoes as best I can. The report discusses the crucial matter of national standards on breast cancer screening. Even though it's not done yet, there seems to be a certain level of unanimous opinion that the age should be lowered to 40. We need to take action. There are more and more studies and reports, whether it be the Health Committee's study on women's health, where my colleague for Montcalm actually gave up his place to me to study women's health. Or there was also another study about screening standards at 40 years of age that we studied at the Status of Women Committee. So again, this was a matter that started at the Status of Women Committee. We received many witness statements that said that the age should go from 50 to 40. The Status of Women Committee also did that study. So there's a lot going on. First of all, I would just like to sum up the matter of this 40-year standard, 40 years of age standard, and I will also talk about other recommendations about women's health, and also I will of course remind us that the health transfers are very important. So just to give some context, the Canadian Study Group on Preventive Healthcare recommended that these national screening standards should start at 50, but then more and more people said that the global trend is moving towards 40 years of age. And the Health Committee heard about that when it was studying women's health. And then later, a specific study on changing the age to 40 was started at the Health Committee. And then later, as I was saying, the Status of Women Committee also decided to publish a report on that matter. Initially, we were planning to have 2 meetings on this study, but then more time and witnesses were added, which is why the report has not yet been produced. But the experts are pretty much unanimous on this. Whereas the members of the Preventive Healthcare Study Group research group had some difficulty explaining their position. More and more research shows that we need to focus on prevention in the area of breast cancer. There are more and more international examples. The numbers show that it costs less to treat less aggressive, less late-stage cancers, and also, of course, early detection increases survival, increases the rate of survival and impacts on quality of life. Now, of course, if we lower the age to 40, the federal government needs to do its fair share with the health transfers, but I'll come back to that later. But if they're looking for more motivation, $460 million could be saved with early detection. It's a positive thing, not an extra expense to invest in screening. We also learned about the task force on preventive health care that many experts tried to contact them to talk about the decision, but they were ignored. And in fact, some non-disclosure agreements were even signed. And in addition, that task force did not include the perspective of survivors. And we also learned that some communities are greatly affected by this disease, Black and Indigenous communities. We also heard of women with Filipino roots. There were a lot of things that were not taken into account by the task force. Currently, the task force has offered 50 as the age. There are many international examples, like the United States, that show that it's important to change the standard. In April 2024, the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force published an update to its 2016 recommendation. Previously, they recommended that women in their 40s should decide for themselves with their doctor about when they wanted to start the screening, taking into account their various circumstances and the possible harms and benefits. But now, the group recommends that women start with screening every 2 years starting at age 40. So they have replaced their previous recommendation to start between 40 and 50. That's what the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force says. And even here in BC or in the Yukon, women can ask for a mammogram starting at 40. In Nova Scotia and PEI, annual screening is offered to asymptomatic women. In Ontario, the eligibility age for a mammogram covered by insurance, public insurance, went from 50 to 40 in October, which shows that increasingly this is a trend. Even in Quebec, Minister of Health Christian Dubé recently struck a study group in order to consider the possibility of lowering the age to 40. The conclusions are clear. The mandate was given to the INES, Social Services and Health National Institute. They studied the issue, and ultimately, the minister, Christian Dubé, said that it was worth it to make this change. So I don't know why the Canadian-level group is still persisting in its opinion. Other organizations like the Canada Cancer Society published a press release in May 2024, which urges the provinces and territories to reduce the eligibility age to 40 for people with a moderate risk level. So this isn't just something that Quebec and the provinces and other countries are saying. There are also organizations that are asking for it. Since we still have a bit more time, I'd like to come back to a study that we also are carrying out at the Health Committee. The one about women's health care. So various issues were raised, and we ultimately learned that there are a great deal of differences and gaps between the genders in healthcare, whether it be medical bias. For example, yesterday I met with a new clinic that opened this year, which is looking to become more inclusive and to work with women from the LGBT community who have difficulty avoiding this medical bias. I met them recently at a gala. It was very interesting. We spoke for more than an hour, and they told me about that reality and the fact that women don't always feel that they are being listened to in the system. And in fact, they may fall victim to bias. This inclusive healthcare clinic is called Vivago. So we spoke for a long time and promised to keep exchanging information. During the study, we also talked about endometriosis and other gynecological problems. Again, for a long time, as we were told, endometriosis was treated as a women's issue that wasn't serious, or that the pain wasn't serious enough to deserve treatment. And this is a myth that persisted on endometriosis, which means that not enough research was done because it was considered some piddling women's issue. So we hope that now it will be taken more seriously for research. This applies to cancer in women as well. Breast cancer screening, as I said, because the women's health study was done by the committee before the screening age study. So there's also the matter of gynecological cancers. Because there is a specific cancer, cervical cancer, which now there is a vaccine that can prevent it. The WHO believes in that, believes it can help. But here in Canada, the experts have shown us that we are going to miss our target that we set, and yet the federal government is responsible for vaccine supply. Once again, this is an area of provincial jurisdiction, yes. The administration of healthcare, yes, but the money, the funding is also a matter of federal responsibility, which can do more, therefore. Another women's issue in healthcare is women's mental health. We know that for many years women were called hysterical, and things like postpartum depression were trivialized. That's also something we talked about during this study. We heard about the impact this kind of thing has on both mothers and children and all of their families. If people just say, they just toss it aside saying, oh, but of course she's just a little down after giving birth, she'll be fine later. Now we know that this shouldn't be treated as some mere feminine caprice, some woman who's too weak to accept the presence of a child after she gives birth. We now know that this should be taken more seriously. We need to find ways to support women at what should be a wonderful time in their lives. So it was a very broad study. And I'm looking forward to see what happens. Right now we're going through the study of the report stage. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the recommendations will be. And then, in conclusion, I would like to touch on the topic of resources. When discussing this issue, we should always remember that health transfers matter. For example, in Quebec, if the government broadens access to mammograms to all women between 40 and 74, it will be very hard to ensure that these tests will be offered within a reasonable amount of time in all of the parts of Quebec, because of course rural and remote regions are different. How will we ensure that that wait times are standardized throughout Quebec? And the Minister of Health has said that if we add women in their 40s to this system, that will mean that between 100 and 150,000 additional mammograms will have to be carried out every year. It's a challenge, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't go ahead with this, and that we shouldn't consider the matter of screening, because there are so many survivors who've come to the committee to tell us we need to remember that prevention has an impact for women in their quality of life as well. It's not just about savings. We know that if you catch a cancer at an early stage, the impact is not as severe.
We need to keep all that in mind. We should not say to ourselves, well, since we don't have the money, since we don't have the financial resources, we're going to ignore this recommendation. What we need to do is find the resources. And investments have been decreasing for so long. As I said earlier, the federal government used to contribute 50% in health transfers. There should not be cuts to health care when we have to tighten our belts economically, and now healthcare transfers must be increased. All provinces called for that Unanimously, they called for health transfers to be increased from around 20% to 35%. We must do better. Ottawa must do better. We need to offer mammograms for women as of 40 years old. The federal government needs to step up. It can do so by increasing its health transfers. In conclusion, I asked some questions to witnesses in committee. Increasingly, there are cases of young women in their 30s or in their 40s who are being diagnosed with aggressive cancers. There was a case in the media of a young businesswoman, Geneviève Evrel, during her second pregnancy. She was diagnosed with cancer. It was diagnosed early on, so she shared her story with everyone. But it was difficult for her because she had to go through her pregnancy and give birth while going through cancer treatment. These types of cancers, are affecting women who are younger and younger. Geneviève Evrel, I know her personally, that entrepreneur. I must interrupt the honourable member and interrupt debate on the report. We will come back to this debate at another time. The honourable member will have 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining when we come back to this debate. Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Saskatchewan Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands, Agriculture and Agri-Food. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming consideration of a motion concerning failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and of a sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Kelly.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's. Oh. It's the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grandview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, you can never have too many stewards in the House of Commons, you know. We're holding up the Scottish front over here. You know, we were once royalty, I think. I won't get into that. I don't want to have to get into that, Madam Speaker, but it was real.
That's true.
It's true. 1300s to 1800s. Okay, Madam Speaker, today I will speak again about the production of documents ordered by the House on the Liberal Green Slush Fund scandal. Who would have thought I would ever quote from a Toronto Star article? But this is what they said in an article just yesterday. And I quote the Toronto Star, the very organization that I used to read my Toronto Maple Leafs news in until they didn't like Darcy Tucker and then I couldn't agree with them anymore. But I'm actually going to go out of my way and quote them. Since late September, and I'm not allowed to say my leader's name in a quote. Am I allowed to do that, Kelly? No. Since late September, the leader of the Conservatives has gummed up most parliamentary proceedings in an effort to compel the Liberal government to cough up unredacted documents tied to a now defunct green technology funding agency that was riddled with mismanagement issues. Imagine the Toronto Star actually calling out the Liberals for the Green Slush Fund, riddled with mismanagement issues. As I've stated before, it's an honor and a privilege to be a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Since we received the damning report from the Auditor General last June, where she found the Liberal government has turned the once legitimate Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders, we have been trying to get to the bottom of this conflict of interest scandal. Madam Speaker, any good crisis manager brought in to try to get a handle on a scandal of this magnitude of the Liberal Green Slush Fund always starts with chronology. Some of you may recall in the last speech, my last speech in this place, I discussed the chronological order around the suspicious appointment of Annette Verschieren as chair of the Liberal Green Slush Fund in June 2019, when the culture of corruption really began. I said in my last speech, the lack of consistency in witnesses' testimony around the chair's appointment certainly looks like a cover-up at the highest levels of the Liberal government. It's only gotten worse this last month. Former Industry Minister Navdeep Bains has now testified twice at the Public Accounts Committee and at least once at the Industry Committee. He cannot recall anything to do with his involvement in asking Ms. Verschieren to take on the chair role, even though he was told directly by the SDTC president it was a really bad idea because of conflict of interest concerns. Madam Speaker, I was able to question the former minister myself, and you know, I'm going to take us back a little bit to the 1980s. Most of us today, Madam Speaker, are watching Yellowstone, some of us at least. But in the 80s, it was Dallas or Dynasty. But Dallas in particular, and the reason I'm going to talk about Dallas right now and how it relates to this speech is, if you can remember that crucial episode that everybody was tuning in for, who shot JR? Was it his younger brother? Was it his disgruntled ex-wife? Was it other members of the family? Everybody had to tune in to find out who shot JR. It was talked about so much, I don't even remember who shot JR. Maybe I was too young to realize it at the time. My point, though, when I was questioning former Minister Bains, and when several of these former bureaucrats were brought in for questioning, they all had something in common, something that reminds me of daytime soaps that my mom used to watch, like Another World or Dynasty, or let me see, General Hospital. Do you remember that the cast members of these shows would get something called amnesia? Well, I questioned whether or not many of these bureaucrats that are now in different positions or retired, or the minister, nobody seems to know anything. That's the one trend that persists through everything. Now, today we want the production of documents. We want these documents tabled. We want to get to the bottom of this. But everybody that comes in doesn't remember anything. Sometimes I question if they remember their own name. Some people didn't even want to show up to these meetings, so they had to be drugged in here to the bar, a practice that I don't believe was used for 100 years. Maybe I have that a bit off, but my point here is nobody remembers their own actions. Nobody remembers what they did when they were hired to work for the Canadian public. Nobody remembers what they did. Ministers don't remember what directives were given. Deputy ministers don't remember things they passed on to their assistant deputy ministers. Nobody remembers anything. It's unbelievable. I've never witnessed anything like it in all my time. Since my last speech, we've heard from several more witnesses at public accounts. But, Madam Speaker, the two that stand out in utmost ridiculousness are the former Deputy Minister and former Assistant Deputy Minister from the Industry Department. As my friend from South Shore St. Margaret's has said, they all must have watched old episodes of Hogan's Heroes, kind of like what I said, because they all parroted Sergeant Schultz's famous line, "I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing." So my point is, how come nobody remembers anything? How come nobody remembers when this much money was given out illegally? Nobody remembers what they did. The Canadian public isn't fooled by this. People are going to be watching, and they're going to say, well, of course they remember. They're just not telling because it's wrong or it's illegal or it's fraudulent or whatever word they're using. But we may have to call in public health officials, because there has clearly been an outbreak of amnesia in every official that's been called to testify thus far. The Webster's Dictionary, Madam Speaker, has a definition for amnesia. 1, a loss of memory due to usually to brain injury, shock, fatigue, repression, or illness. Number 2, a gap in one's memory. Number 3, the selective overlooking or ignoring of events that are favorable or useful to one's purpose or position. Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree and select door number 3 as the right definition for all of those officials who have appeared at public accounts and are clearly suffering from amnesia. So the former Deputy Minister from the Industry Department testified he has no recollection of Ms. Verschieren's appointment as chair of the Liberal Green Slush Fund in June of 2019 because he was retiring that month. He may have forgot that he was still employed and he was still working on behalf of the people, but he forgot everything because his retirement was more important than the millions of dollars that went out illegally, fraught with scandal and conflicts of interest. He speculated that the president of the SDTC did not warn him about the conflict of interest mess because she knew he was retiring. I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing. And the trend continues. Speaking of retirements, I do find it rather convenient how many officials chose to retire from the public service once the Auditor General received the whistleblower's information and began her investigation into the Liberal Green Slush Fund. It's like all the officials saw what was coming and got out of Dodge, or in this case, out of Ottawa. Back to the former Deputy Minister from the Industry Department, who testified to the Public Accounts Committee that he had placed his former Assistant Deputy Minister on the SDTC board as his eyes and ears. See how well this is working. The former Assistant Deputy Minister, who also retired last year, sat on every board meeting for over 5 years when $330 million of taxpayers' money was gifted to companies where the board members had conflicts of interest, known conflicts of interest, not just conflicts of interest, known conflicts of interest. The former Assistant Deputy Minister sat in every board meeting where another $59 million in projects that were not eligible for funding because they were outside the Foundation's mandate, but they were still approved. They were still approved by these very people. The former Assistant Deputy Minister sat in every board meeting where the Auditor General found at least 10 of those projects did not even produce green technology or contribute to emissions reductions. The former Assistant Deputy Minister told the Public Accounts Committee a variety of fairy tales, Madam Speaker. He said it was a well-run board and it wasn't his job to review conflicts of interest, even though his former Deputy Minister called him his eyes and ears on the Board of Directors. The former Assistant Deputy Minister also said it was his experience that the Liberal Green Slush Fund's board members recused themselves whenever they had conflicts of interest. They would have had to recuse themselves 200 times, or shy of that we know of. However, the Ethics Commissioner, in his Verschieren report, stated the former chair did not recuse herself, but abstained from voting when her own multi-million-dollar projects were approved. Similarly, other board members of the Liberal Green Slush Fund did not recuse themselves, but abstained when voting themselves more than $6.6 million of funding. Madam Speaker, I will try and explain the semantics because recusal and abstaining, those are not quite the same. You know, growing up, when you had a great aunt who, whenever she came for a visit, always wanted a hug and a kiss. I've had a few of them. Some I welcomed. You knew that was coming every time she visited, but you would squirm and accept the affection. That is abstaining. However, a recusal is when you knew your great aunt was coming for the visit, you made the conscious decision to not be there when she arrived. That way you avoided the hugs and kisses outright. You recused yourself from that sort of affection. I know that's my example. It's a little bizarre, but you know, this is me, Madam Speaker, and I'm a product of my environment, and Miramichi Grand Lake would like that. They would like that idea. The Webster's Dictionary definition of abstaining, this is interesting. Number 1, to choose not to do or have something. Number 2, to refrain deliberately and often when an effort of self-denial from an action or practice like abstaining from drinking. Number 3, to choose not to vote as like 10 members voted for the proposal, 6 members voted against it, and 2 abstained. The Webster's Dictionary definition of recusal says, number 1, to disqualify oneself as judge in a particular case. Number 2, to remove oneself from participation to avoid a conflict of interest. For the former Assistant Deputy Minister from the Industry Department, who attended every single meeting of the Liberal Green Slush Fund's Board of Directors, to confuse abstaining with recusal is indicative of all the normal shenanigans that have occurred in this scandal to date. Here are the Assistant Deputy Minister's exact words, Madam Speaker, at the Public Accounts Committee last week, and I quote, "What I saw in front of me at SDTC was a regularly functioning board where people recused themselves where they thought there was a real reason to." Another quote, "I had no way of independently assessing conflicts of interest by the board. I'm not a lawyer." Another quote, "I had very limited information upon which to look at issues of conflict of interest." Here's another one. "I had no way to independently assess, Mr. Chair, what holdings individual board members had or who, in fact, was in a conflict of interest." Clearly the best and brightest. Another quote, "Mr. Chair, I could only speak to my Deputy Minister about what I saw in front of me. The conflicts of interest which have since come to light within the organization were not obvious to me. They were not presented in a way that caused me sufficient concern." These are the exact words of the former Assistant Deputy Minister, whose role was to be the eyes and ears for the Industry Department at the Liberal Green Slush Fund Board of Directors. Again, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing. The trend continues. The lack of accountability and responsibility by the very bureaucrats whose role it was to ensure taxpayers' money was being properly spent is shocking to me. And it's shocking to the members of my party. All of my colleagues are deeply shocked. And the lack of oversight by both the former Industry Minister Baines and current Industry Minister Champagne is outrageous. Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that. Sorry, I won't do that again. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? Thank you, I appreciate it. To recap, we've had Annette Verschieren originally tell the Industry Committee she did not apply for the chair's role on the Liberal Green Slush Fund. She said former Industry Minister Navdeep Baines called her 2 or 3 times asking her to take on the role. This is after a nearly year-long competition process had been run by PCO that had gathered almost 100 names of interested clean tech experts. But the former Industry Minister Baines does not recall ever calling Ms. Verschieren about chairing the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Something is not right here. Again, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing. It was interesting when I got to question the former Minister Baines because she said she was asked on several occasions and over the phone by Minister Baines himself to take on the position. Now, Minister Baines said that he never called her, but somehow, strangely, he admitted to calling hundreds of other people to tell them when certain board appointments were coming available. But the one that he didn't remember doing was calling Ms. Verschieren, and she says that he called her. Is this why the Liberal government is recusing to give Parliament the unredacted documents relevant to the Green Slush Fund? Is it a cover-up for the former Industry Minister or the current one? I want to know, Madam Speaker, why would the government why would they want Parliament to deal with this for so long? I mean, think about that. Let's just think about it. These documents would provide the missing proof that all of this was totally corrupt and totally scandalous. You know, the last time I spoke on this, I remember talking about the sponsorship scandal and how this scandal is 8 times larger. If you can remember back when the sponsorship scandal was a big deal in our country and everybody was talking about it, that was dominating headlines. It was dominating journalists. It was dominating everything in terms of the political landscape. But this is 8 times larger than that. And all we're asking for is documents that they should be providing. We've had a series of bureaucrats, faceless bureaucrats, who come in and basically don't admit anything they did. They're all retired or into a new position. And this is not the type of thing that Canadians want to pay for. Canadians want the bureaucracy to provide good service, to give good advice, and to do a good job, and to definitely do a good job with helping to get taxpayers' dollars, to get a good. My point is that to try to get the good dollar for the people, because there's public money is being spent. Taxpayers' dollars are being spent on these projects, and they're not getting value for money. That's one of our primary focuses at Public Accounts. And it was interesting to me because they would come in and literally, they might as well have spat in our face, but it's not so much that they'd be spitting in my face. They're spitting in the face of the taxpayers of this country because $400 million was wasted. It was all got illegally. It's fraudulent. There were nearly 200 conflicts of interest. We're trying to get the documents, and the government is allowing Parliament they're literally allowing this because they won't come clean. Madam Speaker, this is a cover-up.
Resuming questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member's speech just shows how unserious the Conservative Party is about this. We've heard for 20 minutes the member smirking, talking about things like J.R. Ewing, Darcy Tucker, General Hospital, and quoting a comical German prison guard from the Second World War multiple times. That's how serious they are about this. I'm wondering if the member could actually spend a minute to talk about the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and their views on this, and that they have asked for Parliament not to proceed, as the member has said, as it may corrupt their own case in pursuing this. And if there is misconduct, it should come forward and the police should investigate it properly. And why is the member filibustering his own party's motion?
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, the short answer to that is the taxpayers have a right to know. This isn't about the police. This is about the taxpayers. And that's about everyone that pays taxes. You see, that member is supporting his Prime Minister. That member is over there heckling me. And, Madam Speaker, I can't hear myself think right now. So,
Stop it. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, what I see today is a bunch of triggered MPs who've backed their leader. He's run their party into the ground. He's destroyed whatever they thought they had for a career, and they're over there keeping those same documents from being presented because somebody stole $400 million, and they know who did it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, and Muscatari Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague's speech. I do agree with him that the Liberal Party is in trouble and it lacks transparency. We might remember the sponsorship scandal, and he talked about that. But what I don't understand, and here's my question, is we've been on this privilege question for 5 weeks, and everything in the House has been blocked. And the Conservatives have been repeating for years that they don't trust the government, the Liberal Party, that is. So I would like my colleague to explain to me, why have they gone 5 weeks without overturning the government? Because the opportunity to do so with a confidence vote. And they blocked their own opposition day. So why didn't they use that to call a confidence vote? Why are they blocking the works of this House for 5 weeks?
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. I also want to make reference to the individual that was heckling me last time, the member from St. Catharines. He voted against sending Paul Bernardo back to maximum security. If I were him, I wouldn't show his face in the chamber. Now, that's just me.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Specific point of order? Yes.
Madam Speaker, it is unconscionable that the member rises on his feet with a smile on his face to mention that name in this place. It is disgusting, Madam Speaker.
That is this debate. That the honourable member knows that is debate, and it is not. Order! 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 That is debate. That the honourable member. Will the honourable member respect the chair? It is not a point of order. It may be a point of privilege. The honourable member is free to rise on a point of privilege and in due time. Now, I would like to give the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake the opportunity to answer.
I would agree, Madam Speaker. I have the privilege to rise in this House on this question, and I have the privilege to acknowledge how another member voted, and I believe that's despicable behaviour, that particular vote.
The honourable member for St. Catharines on the same point of order.
Standing Order 18 prohibits reflection on a member's vote. And again, Madam Speaker, it is disgusting what the members are trying to do in this place.
So the honourable member for St. Catharines raises a valid point of order that no member shall speak disrespectfully of the sovereign, nor of any of the royal family, nor of the Governor-General or the person administering the Government of Canada, nor use offensive words against either House or against any member thereof. No member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that such vote be rescinded. Just a reminder, so I would remind the honourable member that please apologize and retract those comments.
Mr. Apologize for what?
Standing Order 18.
The Governor General or anything that you mentioned, so I'm confused.
Read. The last sentence of the standing order, it's Standing Order 18. No member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that such a vote be rescinded. So I would ask the honourable member to apologize and retract.
So, okay, hold on. Just let me get this straight. So you want me to withdraw the fact that he kept Paul Bernardo and he didn't want him to go to maximum security?
The honourable member will not be allowed to continue speaking if the honourable member does not want to apologize and retract what the honourable member said.
I withdraw and apologize for what but I don't apologize for what he did, though.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, we've seen systematic violations of the standing orders by Conservative members. Saw this last Thursday, of course, with the deplorable, absolutely deplorable spectacle of Conservative MPs showing up, some of whom had been drinking. It was absolutely disgusting, Madam Speaker.
It's true.
In this situation, Madam Speaker, in this situation, if he has refused to withdraw and apologize, he can't be recognized in this House. He did not do what you asked him to do, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member knows that he did apologize and retract. That's exactly what the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake did. which is why I'm continuing with the questions and comments.
Madam Speaker, I will agree with your ruling and your ability. Again, it seems like Conservatives have some Conservative members been in the sauce. Is that why they're acting this way tonight?
The honourable member will refrain from making such comments, please, because it does cause disruption in the House and is totally out of the scope of the debate we're having this evening. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, on a point of order. Which point?
On bringing disruption to the House. What he said was patently false, and not only that, he abuses the heckling standing order against women, men, children, anybody he can heckle, he does it inappropriate.
That is definitely not a point of order. I asked the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to ask a question of the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I can categorically say I have never heckled a child in this House of Commons. Unless some Conservatives are self-identifying as children. My question is very simple. The member referenced memory, and yet we saw, the NDP has been fighting to get to the bottom of the STDC scandal, $400 million. I would agree with the member on that. That's a lot of money. Like we did with We Charity, like we did with the SNC-Lavalin scandal. But under the Conservative regime, the nightmare of the Harper government, we saw not just $400 million with the ETS scandal covered up by the Harper regime, but $1 billion in the G8 scandal covered up by the Harper regime, $2.2 billion in the Phoenix Pay scandal covered up by the Harper regime. So if Conservatives really care about memory, will the member apologize for the appalling scandals of the Harper regime, all of them, every single one covered up by Conservatives refusing to allow committees to get to the bottom, to do their work, and for Canadians to know the honest truth behind these many myriad Conservative spending scandals?
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think clearly there are a lot of triggered people in the House here this week. I saw NDP members swarming one of my colleagues' desks the other night as I left here, making people very uncomfortable, very aggressive. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, I feel bad that I mentioned the way somebody voted. I didn't know that was a big deal. So I can gladly apologize for something like that, of course. But my point here is the NDP are so triggered because they're basically propping up the most inept, scandalous government in the history of this country. They are the reason there's no election. They are the reason the hurt continues for Canadians. It's always them propping him up. And I'm going to tell you what, Madam Speaker, these members over here, you wouldn't believe the things they call us members over here. I wouldn't even repeat those words. But you know what? I got big shoulders. We got big shoulders over here because you know why, Madam Speaker? We're making decisions that matter for Canadians, and they're over crying and whining in the corner like a bunch of little babies. That's what's going on.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires?
Si vous voulez.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. And talk about déjà vu all over again. It's another day here in Ottawa where most Canadians would expect to see the NDP Liberal government working to put out the many fires they have lit that are raging across the country. An economic recession, the housing and affordability crisis, disorder at the border, trade relations with the United States, seniors that have had to take a second job just to pay for essentials. Crisis after crisis after crisis. But instead, we are here again debating a privilege motion related to the Green Slush Fund because the Liberals would rather cover up their role in the affair than deal with the problems, even if that means Canadians suffer for it. We are here again because the Liberal government has failed to turn over documents to the RCMP regarding a $400 million scandal that saw the Liberal-appointed executives funnel money to their own companies, implicating them in 186 conflicts of interest. Not so long ago, Madam Speaker, this would have made national headlines. A scandal of this epic proportions, plastered on every newspaper from coast to coast to coast. But after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's just another Wednesday. What's another scandal? Another cover-up? When there seems to be a new one every month. After all, we've seen this many times before in the last 9 years, Madam Speaker. The Green Slush Fund is just the latest. There was the Agacon scandal, Cash for Access, the SNC Lavalin affair, the We Charity controversy, Clam Scam, ArriveCan, the two Randys, and on and on and on. Madam Speaker, you know, when I look at the state of our country and the leadership of this Prime Minister, I'm reminded of what I saw during the big Netflix fight, the Tyson versus Paul fight. When most of us were looking to watch the fight, our screen, it suddenly froze. And there was this spinning circle that we were all staring at. Stuck in place, going nowhere, hopes and expectations of moving forward, but instead we saw buffering, buffering, buffering. And in many ways, that's also why we're here today as a country, because we're not moving forward. We're buffering. People feel stuck in place as their savings dwindle, their paychecks stop covering everyday expenses. Not so long ago, they had hopes, dreams, and plans for the future. Not anymore. And when we look at this NDP Liberal government, they are also stuck in place with no plans. No idea of how to fix the budget and address the economic disaster they've inflicted on Canadians. No plan to secure our borders. And so forced on covering up their wrongdoing that they would have had the House remain in standstill rather than face the consequences of their actions. Buffering, buffering, buffering. We need strong leadership, Madam Speaker, to restore the promise of Canada. Common sense Conservatives will provide that leadership to this country. And I should also mention, Madam Speaker, the real winner that night of the great Netflix boxing event was Pefferlaw's own Melinda Watpool. Melinda made everyone so proud that night in York Simcoe as she continues to earn the World Boxing Organization's Women's Super Middleweight title. But returning to the matter at hand, Madam Speaker, the shameful cover-up by this Liberal NDP government sadly is just another in a long list of scandals and failure from this weak, inept NDP Liberal government. In her damning report, the Auditor General called out the former Sustainability Development Technology Canada Agency for significant lapses in their oversight and management of taxpayers' dollars. Does this sound familiar? The Auditor General said almost the exact same thing this past Monday in her report on the CEBA loan, the CEBA loan program, that saw $3.5 billion in taxpayer money paid to 77,160 recipients who were not eligible to receive it. Madam Speaker, it's unbelievable. And you know, it wasn't always like this. Not so long ago, the Liberal government used to brag about their supposed ambition to grow the middle class. You can recall the first chapter, Madam Speaker, I'm sure, in the 2015 Liberal platform. It was entitled, "To Grow the Middle Class." As well, the front of the 2019 platform, it actually read, "Forward, a real plan for the middle class." But now, instead of looking to grow the middle class, the Liberals have admitted that because of them, a middle class lifestyle is now out of reach for far too many. When this used to be an attainable expectation of most Canadians. The contrast couldn't be any starker when you look at how these Liberals have what they have forced on us today. Considering the lengths they will go to cover up the Green Slush Fund affair. You can imagine now the buzzword on the cover of their 2025 platform. Corruption, waste, mismanagement, absolute failure. That's their focus now, Madam Speaker. Not the middle class, not improving our country, on themselves. And it's no wonder Canadians are suffering. And yet, despite the suffering that can be seen on every street corner, every checkout line, every fuel pump, members opposite continue to gaslight Canadians. When Conservatives bring up the affordability crisis, the Liberals, they just fall back on their big ticket measures and they pat themselves on the back, Madam Speaker. They point at the GST tax trick, carbon tax rebates, $10 a day daycare, school lunches, or the fake pharmacare plan and say, look what we've done. But in reality, each of these measures is proof of the economic devastation this NDP Liberal government has wrought on Canadians. And you know, Madam Speaker, it wasn't that long ago that Canadians didn't need to look to the federal government for assistance to such a degree. People had good-paying jobs where kids going hungry at school was absolutely unthinkable. And civil society, charitable groups, stepped up to ensure less fortunate were looked after. But these Liberals, with their great ambition of transforming the country into their own image, has forced far too many Canadians into impoverishment, where even the most basic essentials have become unaffordable. A problem of this government's own making. So, with Canadians suffering, this government comes up with poorly implemented programs to paper over the cracks and cover up the impacts of their disastrous economic policies. And Canadians see right through this. They know what the Liberals have actually done. It's right there in black and white, Madam Speaker. You see it every day when people look at their gas and home heating bills. And when they compare and look at their carbon tax rebate, they see how meaningless this 60-day GST tax trick rebate will be on their grocery bill when every item on it has skyrocketed in price, despite shrinking in size. The same applies to each of the headline programs the Liberals implemented that only made things worse for those they were supposedly going to help at a significant cost to taxpayers. Similarly, Canadians see right through the antics of this government in shutting down business of the House to cover up their scandals. They see the lengths the Liberals will go to avoid accountability, and they recognize the serious nature of the revelations in this scandal. This week, the Deputy Prime Minister was asked why she had still not released the public accounts and why there had still not been an economic false statement. She refused to say why public accounts hadn't been released. And on the fall economic statement, she said, and this is a direct quote, Madam Speaker, "I don't have an announcement to make. The reality is the business of the House is being filibustered, and that has consequences for the work we need to do for Canadians." But of course, the only people responsible for stopping the work of the House and from dealing with government business is this NDP Liberal government. They could choose to just release the unredacted slush fund documents, but they refuse to. Not to mention, the leader of the opposition has already told the government that our party is willing to stand down on this order to get the economic statement tabled, but they won't. They won't because the Liberals don't want Canadians to know the dismal fiscal state the country is in as we head in to the Christmas holiday. It's very likely this is because things are far worse than they have let on. Last year, the Deputy Prime Minister made a commitment that the deficit would be no greater than $40.1 billion. This was the red line, Madam Speaker. All evidence would suggest now, Madam Speaker, this is yet another cover-up. She has broken this promise yet again, which will have devastating impacts on interest rates, investor confidence, and economic outlook in the coming month. And you know, this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we've watched 20, 30 questions of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. What is the deficit number? Does anyone have it on the other side of the House? And after 20 times, Madam Speaker, asking the Finance Minister, I wish there was one Liberal NDP member in this House, just pass them a note. Just give them the number. It's getting painful to watch. By refusing to turn over the documents related to the STTC, the Liberals have shown their contempt for the will of the House of Commons, and by extension, democracy itself. Democracy has become a very inconvenient concept for this NDP Liberal government that, may I remind everyone, was only elected with 32% of the popular vote. A Liberal government that has held on to record low polling this whole past year. They don't want to go to Canadians and account for their record in an election, Madam Speaker. They don't want to justify the terrible policies like the carbon tax. And Madam Speaker, we just saw today the provincial leader of the Liberals say, Bonnie Crombie herself said, the carbon tax is, quote, bad. They don't want to listen to us as members of Parliament when we point out the issues our constituents face. They don't want to be accountable when they are found out for their incompetence and wrongdoing, which is why they refuse to hand over these documents. Instead, they want to run this country into the ground for as long as they possibly can and turn it into a place where Liberal grifters and insiders are the only ones who will become better off. The actions of this NDP Liberal government has taken in covering up their scandals and prioritizing their interests over the interests of our citizens has fundamentally undermined the public interest. The Prime Minister and his caucus are more interested in protecting the tattered remains of their image instead of addressing the problems at hand. They care more about hiding their mistakes than fixing them. The implications of their utter failure to put people over partisanship is the most damning aspect of this whole thing. At a time when our country is facing skyrocketing crime, immigration fraud, misuse of taxpayer funds by governments and organizations, it is especially concerning to see the cover-up taking place here. The message being sent from the very top from this NDP Liberal government is that accountability, transparency, and ethical vigor can be ignored. With this sort of example coming from the very top, it is no wonder why we are seeing so much disorder and chaos in our communities. This is not what Canadians want. This is not why they elected us. Why they sent us here. They want competence from their government, strength, Madam Speaker, a sense of duty, and a commitment to our country and our shared values. All too often, it looks like this Liberal NDP government has lost sight of that. It looks more and more like they have forgotten the values that are supposed to unite us and draw us together. Common sense Conservatives have not. We have a vision for this country that would see a restoration of the formula that used to work here, a formula that has become broken. This formula, the promise of Canada, was that a good job and hard work would lead to good pay. That pay would go towards the essentials of life, like a good home and good food, and the rest would allow someone to save, plan, and invest in a future. That was the promise of Canada that must be restored, Madam Speaker. At the same time, Conservatives want to bring home accountability to Ottawa, to put an end to the Prime Minister's corruption and put an end to bad practices, red tape, and high-priced consultants that have led to so many of these scandals and ethical breaches by these Liberals. This may come as a shock to some people here in the Ottawa bubble, but normal Canadians don't pay a lot of attention to what goes on here. Most probably don't even know that the House is seized with this issue. Some don't even know that MPs go to Ottawa. And they probably think caucus is actually a dirty word, Madam Speaker. This has always been the case. Members of Parliament are elected to represent people and do the job of government on their behalf. But every so often, good, honest, hardworking folks who are usually preoccupied with providing for their families, building their businesses, or contributing to their community start to pay more attention. They are paying attention now because the party that formed government, the Liberal Party of Canada, whose members were elected to look out for the best interests of the country, are failing them, Madam Speaker. So Canadians are tuning in, Madam Speaker, to see what their leaders are doing to address the problems Canadians are facing every day. And common sense Conservatives will be focused on axing the tax, fixing the budget, building the homes, and stopping the crime. Conservatives have solutions for those problems, and the leadership and convictions to bring it home. And Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to wish everyone across Canada and everyone in York Simcoe a very Merry Christmas.
Good job.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have respect for that member, and unlike some of his colleagues, he is very respectful of the House, and I appreciate that. But yet again, we have Conservatives not taking responsibility for their scandals. So the NDP has fought to get to the bottom of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, of the We Charity scandal. Of course, we played the pivotal role. And now with STDC, we're part of the parties in the House, the majority in the House, that has said very clearly the documents need to be provided. But Conservatives are responsible for scandals that were even bigger than the Liberal scandals. It's when you look at the $400 million of the ETS scandal, which the Harper government shut down, so that Canadians could never find the real links and the corruption of the Harper government. The $1 billion for the G8 scandal, of course, we remember the gazebos. Again, the Harper regime shut it down, so Canadians could not find out the truth of what happened with that $1 billion. The $2.2 billion in the Phoenix Pay scandal, the $3.1 billion that somehow just disappeared. There was no paper trail around anti-terrorism funding. All of these scandals. I mean, that's the Conservative record. The most corrupt government in Canadian history. Will one Conservative MP, just one, stand up and say, we're sorry, Canadians. We're sorry that billions of dollars were misspent. We're so sorry that we covered everything up, that we refused to allow Parliament to pay its role. Will that...
Okay, we have to give space to other questions. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. You know, the most important scandal that he left out was the scandal that this NDP Liberal government is actually putting on Canadians, and that's the scandal of affordability. You know, when we look at this GST trick and this $250 giveaway, that you remember, Madam Speaker, the leader of the NDP, he ripped up that agreement. I'm done with these Liberals. The fact is, he actually wrote that bill, Madam Speaker, in conjunction with the Liberals. And you know what happened? They came in and said, oh my God, we left out seniors and people with disabilities. Canadians just don't trust this NDP Liberal government. It's a weak, inept government, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you. I think we're all quite familiar with the Conservative Party's refrain. They keep saying that we need to show that we don't have confidence in the Liberal Party, but for 6 weeks they've been blocking our proceedings here, blocking such a vote. And then we learned just recently that they're in a holiday mood and they're going to let the Liberal Party table their economic statement. What goodwill, Madam Speaker? What remarkable goodwill. How is it that for the last 5 weeks, the Conservatives have been actually propping up this government that they say they don't have confidence in? Why have they not actually tabled their non-confidence motion? Why did they actually wait for the government to allow them to have their opposition day? They're speaking out of both sides of their mouth.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Like I said, Madam Speaker, this is about affordability. And this is about transparency for taxpayers. You know, this is what is so frustrating for Canadians, Madam Speaker. We're talking about $400 million. We got someone on a phone over here. That's this guy. They're on the phone now, trying to call me in. But, it's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. But we're talking about $400 million. I haven't seen one NDP or Liberal member of Parliament stand up and said, has anyone even attempted to get the taxpayer money back? This goes on time and time again. When is this government going to show respect to the taxpayers of Canada, Madam Speaker?
In comments, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask this member about the rural top-up. I think it's a subject that he's familiar with. But in all seriousness, it is a great tribute to a member when as soon as you see that member, you know what issue he's going to mention. He's been such a dogged, effective advocate for his riding on the issue of the rural top-up. So for those who are maybe have been living under a rock for the last few years and have never heard him mention it before, could the member tell us about the rural top-up issue?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my colleague for that. And Madam Speaker, quite frankly, I wish I didn't have to talk about this. I wish this government promise that they put in the budget last year to address this problem. You know, this government loves to divide Canadians, Madam Speaker, and they have divided Canadians based on geography. My riding, Madam Speaker, the soup and salad bowl of Canada. You can't even see the CN Tower from my riding. This government is classified as Toronto. Why does that matter? We don't get the rural top-up of the carbon tax. Every day the Prime Minister gets up and says, Canadians get back more than they pay in the carbon tax. That is absolutely absurd, Madam Speaker. Absurd for people in my riding. They know they don't get the rural top-up, and they know that, you know, Madam Speaker, I've used this before, but Liberals are like atoms. They make up everything. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the words from my geographical neighbour. And we also share a bit of Lake Simcoe. Obviously has a bigger part of that magnificent piece of water than I do. In Brock Township is mine, but my question is, there was a Lake Simcoe cleanup fund that the Liberals cancelled and said they were going to bring back. And how many years ago was that cancelled, and how many years are we waiting for that promise to be implemented?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe has 1 minute.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question, and that is quite true, Madam Speaker. The promise was made actually on the shores of Lake Simcoe by the Deputy Prime Minister, promising $40 million for Lake Simcoe because the Liberals cancelled the cleanup fund. What happened, Madam Speaker? Promises, promises, promises. And you know, circling back how important the environment is, I want to point out, this is from a government that didn't support my bill, C-204, on stopping plastic waste from going to developing countries. I also want to point out that this Liberal government also, where's the 6 billion trees, Madam Speaker? People in York Simcoe at my Canada Day barbecue, Madam Speaker, have planted more trees than this Liberal government, and I'm proud of everyone in my riding.
Good job. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Breaking news. Tomorrow morning at the Indigenous Affairs Committee at 8:15, the member from Edmonton Centre, the former Liberal minister, it's not the other Randy.
Which one?
It's the member for Edmonton Centre
sure?
That is going to be coming to committee. I can't guarantee he will answer questions, but he will respond to questions from Conservative members about the Liberals' Indigenous procurement scandal and the factors that led to his resignation from Cabinet. I'll be there at 8:15 at the Indigenous Affairs Committee. I know my colleague here from Kawartha Lakes, Haliburton, Brock, somewhere in Ontario. Our capable Indigenous Affairs critic will be there. I know the member from St. Albert Edmonton will be there. There's another member from Ontario whose riding has the word lake in it, will be there as well.
Kenora.
And member for Kenora. So this will be an important event because we have been trying to get this member, the member for Edmonton Centre, to come before committee to answer questions about scandal. He will finally be there, and we will put to him the harm that has been done by false claims of Indigenous identity. Now, here's the scandal we're dealing with. The government says that over 5% of contracts go to Indigenous firms, but the Assembly of First Nations says that it is closer to 1%. In other words, that the majority of those who are benefiting from this Indigenous procurement program are shell companies. That you have shell companies, you have shady joint venture arrangements that allow non-Indigenous companies to take the vast majority of the benefit, and you have outright pretenders like the member for Edmonton Centre, who through their companies are taking advantage of programs that were intended for Indigenous people. So this is an overwhelming situation of abuse by non-Indigenous elites and insiders like the member for Edmonton Centre. Now, the member for Edmonton Centre, during the period when he was not a member of Parliament, he set up a company, and that company claimed to be fully Indigenous owned in order to try to get contracts from the government. Now, they did get some contracts from the government, but they made the claim to be fully Indigenous owned. And incredibly, the former minister says, "Well, I didn't know. It's my wild partner making these claims." Well, why did the former minister's partner think that the company was Indigenous owned? Well, maybe it's because the Liberal Party of Canada repeatedly falsely claimed that the member for Edmonton Centre was Indigenous. You have this proliferation of pretending to be Indigenous. You have, according to the AFN and other Indigenous leaders, a massive scale of Indigenous identity fraud as these non-Indigenous elite insiders try to take contracts, try to steal benefits that were supposed to be for Indigenous people. Meanwhile, not a single firm has ever faced consequences for Indigenous identity fraud. Not one single firm has ever faced consequences for Indigenous identity fraud. The Liberals set up a system where instead of the Indigenous communities themselves, the government, controlled the list of who was considered an Indigenous business, which many have called the colonial system. They set up a system where they control who's on that list. Many people got on that list or otherwise bid on contracts falsely claiming to be Indigenous. And there have been zero consequences for anyone, including for the former minister who still continues to be a member of the Liberal caucus and still claims his innocence. So tune in at 8:15 Eastern Time tomorrow.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first want to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Algonquin people. Madam Speaker, Indigenous procurement programs are in place because the Government of Canada is taking action to right past wrongs and move forward to advance, among other avenues, economic reconciliation. I will take a moment to explain how the program works and what they accomplish. The procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses limits bidding in federal procurement processes to registered Indigenous businesses. By limiting bidding to businesses that are at least 51% Indigenous owned and controlled, the government is creating more opportunities and access for these businesses. And there are huge opportunities, Madam Speaker, for growth and economic development. The Indigenomics Institute estimates that Indigenous economy has the potential to grow from $32 billion to $100 billion in the next 5 years. The mandatory minimum 5% Indigenous procurement target requires that at least 5% of the value of federal contracts are awarded to Indigenous businesses. This ensures that procurement officers are considering Indigenous businesses when procuring goods and services like office equipment, engineering services, technology, transportation, and the list goes on and on. These programs help Indigenous businesses win contracts, generate revenue, gain experience, build networks, and all of this can be leveraged to win larger contracts with both public and private industry. Indigenous procurement programs are a step towards making sure that Indigenous peoples have equitable access to economic success and self-generated wealth. Simply put, these programs move the needle. In 2022 to 23, which is the most recent year that we have data for, more than 300 Indigenous businesses won contracts with a value of at least $10,000 through the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. As a government, we understand that listening to Indigenous peoples and acting on their advice leads to optimal outcomes. As we've heard from so many Indigenous partners, these programs create opportunities and they are an essential part of economic reconciliation. And Indigenous leaders have also been clear that these kinds of procurement programs should stay. Unfortunately, Conservatives have refused to say if they support that 5% minimum procurement target. In 2021, we began a 5-year process to engage partners and co-develop a transformative Indigenous procurement strategy to improve existing Indigenous procurement policies and programs. As part of this work, partners around the table, including Assembly of First Nations, ITK, the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association, and the Canadian Council for Indigenous Businesses, have all been clear that Indigenous peoples must be the ones determining who qualifies as an Indigenous business. The government wholly agrees, and we are focused on collaboratively determining a path forward to transfer the administration of the Indigenous Business Directory to Indigenous partners. While we work towards this transfer and the co-development of a transformative Indigenous procurement strategy, we will continue to diligently manage the directory and support these vital and meaningful programs. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we still have not gotten any responses to from the government about the rampant abuse that has taken place. The most we've heard from them is trying to deny the testimony of Indigenous leaders. It's like they weren't there, right? And previously we've pasted together their denials with the actual statements of multiple Indigenous leaders. And if you're really committed to this reconciliation concept, then you have to actually start by listening to what the folks who come to committee are saying. Over 1,000 businesses have been removed from the Indigenous Business Directory. So this should suggest that there's a problem, right? If at some point the government looks at the Indigenous Business Directory and says there's over 1,000 businesses on this list that we have to take off the list, maybe that suggests that there's a problem with the processes they have for qualifying Indigenous business. Will they recognize, at least as a first step, that there's a problem here?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, while I appreciate the Conservatives' newfound concern with issues affecting Indigenous peoples, I really wish it was sincere. The Conservatives have not committed to continuing that 5% Indigenous procurement target. In fact, they appear intent on sabotaging the success of this initiative to justify cutting it if ever getting the chance, and Indigenous peoples, businesses, and entrepreneurs should take note. I will also highlight that outside of recent questions around Indigenous Business Directory, I haven't heard the member, his party, or his leader ask about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, Indigenous policing, systemic racism in healthcare, Joyce's principle, child and family welfare reforms, or anything related to actual reconciliation efforts. Indigenous peoples are not puppets in the Conservatives' agenda, Madam Speaker. They deserve respect, they deserve authentic action on issues that impact them and their communities, and they deserve better than this disingenuous display tonight. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm rising again to follow up with the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Immigration on a similar issue on immigration levels and the immigration levels plan. I want to draw his attention to comments made by a senior member of the Liberal Party who is deeply involved in the Prime Minister's economic planning. Of course, I mean the former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, who said Canada has experienced, and I'm quoting him, failures of execution when it comes to immigration policy in recent years, taking in more people than the economy was able to handle. He goes on to say, it's not even with hindsight, it's in real time. You can see that we had much higher levels of foreign workers, students, and new Canadians coming in than we could absorb, which is the complete opposite, Madam Speaker, of what the Prime Minister claimed in his crisis YouTube video that he made on the immigration levels plan that his minister was unable to defend at committee. So I'm following up on a very specific part, the immigration levels plan. Can the Parliamentary Secretary explain to me why the humanitarian and compassionate level was cut by 57% when promises have been made to Hong Kongers, Ukrainians, Sudanese, and Yazidis in Canada, and they will all be expected to be fitted into this particular stream that will only now have 4,300 people in it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are adapting our immigration plan to suit the needs of Canadian families and communities today. For the first time in our nation's history, we have set targets for temporary residents in our immigration levels plan. That means that all temporary residence program, like international students and temporary foreign workers, will have limits just as we do for permanent residence program each year. By taking these steps, we are helping to preserve the integrity of our immigration system. We are responding to the community needs and ensuring that newcomers who come to Canada are set up for success with access to adequate resources to support them. We have also reduced our permanent residence targets. Our focus for new permanent residents will be to attract the skilled workers we need to build new homes and provide patient care, and to focus on transitioning temporary residents to permanent residents. These are workers and families who are already here, are supporting our economy and already adjusted to life in Canada, and are best positioned for success over the long term. This latest level plans reaffirms our commitment to reducing temporary residence volume to 5% of Canada's population by the end of 2026. These reductions are the results of a series of changes over the past years, including a cap on international student and tightening eligibility requirements for temporary foreign workers. On that side of the House, the leader of the official opposition speaks from both sides of his mouth. 2 years ago, during the pandemic, he said he would remove gatekeepers to allow faster immigration. And just this year, he went to a community event and said, we need to end deportation. We have a worker shortage in Canada. We have a demographic problem. Our population is too old. We need these workers in our country. A few months later, he went to a different community and said the opposite. He promises different things to different people. Canadians can't trust a word he says. On this side of the House, we are committed to ensuring that everyone, including newcomers, have access to quality jobs, home, and support that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, with all respect to the Parliamentary Secretary, he didn't answer the question, so I'm going to follow up on a different part in the immigration levels plan. There is a specific line item now for those who claim asylum within Canada, and the government has put a target. Part of that target is those people who apply at the Immigration Refugee Board get approved. Not getting the immigration levels right leads to border disorder. And I want to draw the Parliamentary Secretary's attention to the following Globe and Mail headline. Jordanian terrorist suspect deported from the U.S. had crossed the Canada border illegally twice, not once, but twice. The same person applied at the refugee board for asylum over 7 years ago, did not get asylum, was able to spend 7 years in Canada. Canada Border Services Agency then confirmed that this same terror suspect was facing deportation when he illegally crossed into Washington state. The minister then claimed for privacy reasons he could not inform Canadians on the details of this particular case, on how this individual both crossed into Canada illegally, failed an asylum claim, was not removed for 7 years, and then crossed into America before American authorities deported him back to Jordan. Can the minister explain which privacy legislation...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada's latest immigration level plan for 2025 to 2027 pauses population growth from immigration in the short term to maintain well-managed and sustainable growth for the long term. It sets targets for temporary residents for the first time ever, lowering our permanent resident program targets to reduce pressure on families and communities. This plan is expected to bring our population levels back to pre-pandemic projection, and it is expected to reduce the housing supply gap by approximately 600,000 units by the end of 2027. The reality is that the leader of the official opposition has no plan for the future of Canada, and his made-up math formula on immigration just isn't adding up. The only plan he has is to cut, cut, and cut. While the Conservative Party focuses on slogans, we will remain focused on building a stronger, more sustainable immigration system that works for everyone. We are supporting newcomers' integration and giving them a fair shot in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, and before the Honourable Member starts speaking, I would ask her to lower the boom in her headset, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always happy to lower the boom, but it's nice it's on the headset. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise virtually tonight on a snowy night in Ottawa to pursue a question I originally asked on October 25th relating to the regulation and management of pesticides in this country, particularly a class of chemicals referred to as neonicotinoid insecticides. And the question I asked, I'll have to say that the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre's response wasn't, in fact, I almost felt as though it was wrong to ask for adjournment proceedings because it was an excellent response. But events have continued to move ahead on this file, Madam Speaker. What I raised in question period on that day referenced an in-depth investigation by one of Canada's better investigative journalists and newspapers. It's online. It's the National Observer. And they documented that the Pest Management Regulatory Agency of the Government of Canada had colluded with the manufacturer of neonicotinoid insecticides, Bayer. We used to think of them only as the nice providers of aspirin, but they're the producers of a lot of pesticides. And they'd undermined the research of a Canadian researcher named Christy Morrissey and prolonged the use of chemicals that we know to be dangerous to human health and that science knows are also particularly dangerous for pollinators that we so desperately need for the health of ecosystems, for agriculture. If we lose our pollinators, it's a multi-billion-dollar hit to the economy, not to mention that these are dangerous, as I mentioned, to human health and the environment. Now, we should have banned these pesticides by now, but I have to say that in response to my question, it does appear that the Government of Canada, between Health Canada and Environment Canada, there's been an investigation into the role of the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, including with the pesticide manufacturer. That was documented in a further article by the same researcher for the National Observer, so that on the same day that I asked the question, the journalist in question, Mark Fawcett Atkinson, published an article titled Health Canada Probes Claim that Government Officials Help Pesticide Manufacturer. And he continued, there's a series of articles for those who wish to look, looking at the deep connection, the collusion between pesticide manufacturers and our regulatory agency in protecting pesticides instead of protecting human health and the environment. So in the discussion, the debate at adjournment proceedings tonight, which I'm honored to participate in again, I'm really hoping that the Government of Canada is ready to step forward and in response to what has been, since I asked my question, a huge coalition of environmental and health protection groups have, with independent scientific support, have been asking the Federal Minister of Health to at least temporarily ban the toxic insecticides known as nicotinoid insecticides until an expert independent panel can determine whether they are, no one can call an insecticide or any toxic chemical safe, but whether the benefits can outweigh the known risks. And that process is one where I really hope that the Minister of Health or whatever parliamentary secretary is on hand tonight can give us an update and encourage us to believe that we can at long last move for at least a temporary ban on one of them, imidacloprid, which is
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for the question and for the opportunity to address a matter that is important to Health Canada and to all Canadians. I want to assure you and all Canadians that we take our role to protect the health, safety, and well-being of Canadians seriously and hold our scientific processes to a high standard. PMRA scientists are professionals who uses their expertise to support Health Canada's mandate when it comes to pesticides. They make decisions that are guided by rigorous scientific principle and rooted in objective scientific evidence. PMRA's scientific staff are experts in the fields and believe in the importance of their work and its impact on Canadians and the environment. Casting doubt on the integrity and independence of the work undermines their professionalism. PMRA's work is governed by strict legislation and policies that ensures decisions are based on thorough scientific evaluation using scientific evidence and robust data, whether from academia, industry, or non-governmental organizations. Public consultations are required on all proposed major decisions and do not compromise PMRA's decisions. In 2016, a proposal to cancel all uses of imidacloprid was shared with the public based on various data, including from academics. This consultation generated numerous comments and new information. In 2017, a multi-stakeholder forum was created to address data gaps and gather new water monitoring data. Since then, substantial water monitoring data and new scientific papers were reviewed to inform the PMRA's final decision. The analysis showed that with additional protective measures, some uses could continue safely while others were to be canceled. The PMRA continues to efforts to communicate its decision transparently and accessibility, ensuring Canadians are informed about pesticide safety. They work closely with Science Advisory Committee on pest control products to ensure independent scientific advice supports evidence-based decision, enhances transparency, communicate the science behind decision, and inform a rigorous approach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands. The Honourable Member is on mute.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to have to say that wherever the Honourable Member said robust, the correct adjective is lax. Where the Honourable Member said that the Pest Management Regulatory Agency uses science, I'd have to say they are colluding with industry at every stage. I urge all Honourable Members to see the further reporting called Deep Links Revealed between Canada's pesticide regulator and the industry, November 29th. It shows a revolving door between industry lobbyists, industry representatives in and out of PMRA's management. I've had a lot of experience with PMRA. They're not listening to science. It's as if toxic chemicals in this country have constitutional rights and are innocent till proven guilty, while the rest of us are exposed to unacceptable risks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the integrity of Canada's pesticide regulatory system depends on continued reliance on robust science as prescribed by the Pest Control Products Act. The regulatory decision by PMRA on imidacloprid was supported by data from registrant, provincial and federal governments, academia, non-governmental organization, growers group, and open literature. This decision was open to public consultation for 120 days, which ended in March 2017 and resulted in approximately 46,000 comments. In addition, a multi-stakeholder forum composed of federal and provincial government agency, growers groups, independent researchers, non-government organization, and manufacturers facilitated by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada examined the use of...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.